sang for the sky is on our foes. Come so close to eternity. Our shields are ready, the guns are watching the downfall of humanity. All the species are gone. The silent of the sea. She has her memory. I am the king of war. Ship must sang for the sky is on our foes. Come so close to eternity. Our shields are ready, the guns are watching the downfall of humanity. All the species are gone. The silent of the sea. She has her memory. I am the king of war. The silent of the sea. She has her memory. I am the king of war. The silent of the sea. She has her memory. I am the king of
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, hello, hello.
Good evening
hello.
and welcome to TaleChasers on Friday evening. I am your host for this evening, Amber, and these are my Stargazers.
Whoa!
Very good.
I'm vibing too much to this song.
I too am vibing to the song, but that's a song for another arc. Until that time, we're gonna talk about how late we are right now, and that is a completely fair thing to talk about. But we're actually just not going to delve into it, and I'm going to tell you that next week we will not be here, and the week after we will also not be here. There's not going to be a lot of D&D on the interwebs for the next 2 weeks. But after that, we will be back.
We understand your depressive episodes that you cannot see us live, but we apologize.
You can find us at this address. It'll appear on the screen now.
Amber D does us.
For any complaints, you can address it to Mark's home address, which will appear on the screen now.
And for any compliments, you can address it to Amber's home address, which is this one. Trust me, she'll get more uncomfortable from your compliments than I am.
Put it in the chat.
Please stop DDoSing me. Until that time,
Welcome to Blacklaw.
Welcome to Blacklaw. That's it for announcements, really. We're just gonna be out of the air for 2 weeks, which is, I think, the longest time we've been out of the air with Stargazers.
Rub that in.
We had a streak last month, or this month.
I was gonna say, I think we missed at least 2 in a row at some point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but this is like the same.
It's like the same, you know, same thing.
Doesn't matter. After, I'm hoping we can wrap things up.
Mm-hmm.
Far enough, anyway. Otherwise, we're just gonna keep going all weekend until we wrap this up. We're gonna see how far we get.
Interesting.
And then by the time we're back, maybe we'll be gearing up to go to the ethereal expanse, and we can use our new
Ooh.
banner.
Ooh,
Yippee!
new beginnings.
New beginnings, but first we're gonna have vacation. So,
Also,
let's just get straight into the recap. Short and
Also,
sweet, Speeps.
All right, very short, sweet up. So from we left off last Friday. The party had just left Dormire in the middle of the dark to reach the festivity tree with guts strung all over it to go check the corpse of Benjamin Mayflower and ask him some questions. Yeah, he was dead, but that's not a problem. The problem was the blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the valley and that prompted the party to speed back into town. Lawrence and Tokas decided to fly all over the place where they knew Miria was supposed to be, and Chase went to visit the crumbling tower near the edges of the village. Luckily, Tokas was fast enough to arrive there and interpose between the fight of Jace and a very, very angry ghost of a woman that was not supposed to be dead. Turns out she is. After turning said ghost into a turtle, actually I think it was a tortoise, but I don't think it matters. She took a moment to take a breather.
It matters for the person swimming. Like,
It matters for the person swimming, but in this case, it's not a person. When the party arrived, we sort of had a very small talk until we heard the sound of horses neighing on the other side of the river. Bad sound. So we decided to evacuate the location before any slayers or any wardens would arrive to check us up. And basically try and go back to the tree with a very poor navigation check from Tokus's part. And we ended up, after an hour, not knowing exactly where the fuck we went, but somewhere in the forest. As the spell was pretty much failing, because it was running out of time, we decided to try and talk with Ghost. In the beginning, we had Lawrence have a little conversation with Miria's ghost through a use of tongues from the resident wizard, and after a bit of back and forth, we didn't get too many answers, and the ghost got upset and sent off another horrifying visage that almost killed Yorgrim on the spot, but luckily no one aged 50,000 years. Then after some more talking, Tokus decided to step in as well with a second use of tongues and try to talk the ghost down from killing everyone present and people in the village as well. Through some illusion spells and minor halfway possession, we figured out that her demise happened through the hands of the villagers of Thornmire themselves. Because during the plague, the coughing fit that killed most of the younglings and the elderlings alike, Miria, the resident druid, but also labeled witch by the peasants of the village, was lit up on a pyre, thinking that she was the one responsible for the plague that was striking the village. This was, by the way, under suggestion of a resident inquisitor that passed by for some reason. We don't know about that yet, but we know the Inquisition had something to do about this. Probably some whispers on the... Oh. That was weird. To be specific, the person that was whispered was the priestess of Darlene that presided in the church. The same one that then most likely started the riot that then led to, well, most of the townsfolk wanting to burn Miria alive, which happened, and Darlene, the goddess of light, but also the goddess of vengeance, a Riskin of Solimar, pretty much, decided to bring forth punishment to these unbelieving halflings that caused so much grief and pain to this poor woman, this poor healer that tried to do their best. And so everyone was cursed. We had a talk with Miria and figured that the only way to break this curse was for the halflings to atone for what they did. Just checking up. Can everyone hear me, by the way? Because
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
okay, sorry, I just saw the ping thing. Anyways, we decided to leave her be in the forest, most likely returning to the tower a few hours after the event, so guards wouldn't set up a problem with that. But sadly, Lawrence decided to shoot off into the sky during the conversation with the ghost and go and confront the priestess himself. He flew all the way to her abode. Thankfully, the villagers had closed themselves in their homes after the scream, but there were a bunch of slayers around, so you never really know. He talked to the priestess, who, again, confessed that she thought Miria was indeed the source of this plague, mostly under the counseling of the Inquisition, which of course revealed to be not exactly the best choice. Because Darlene truly abandoned these people and placed a little curse as a goodbye gift. After some verbal debate combat that ended with Lawrence's peerless victory, we ended session with the two hugging on the floor as the priestess broke down, thinking, "What have I done?"
And we zoomed out, and there was a
Crow creature walking around town, which is kind of concerning because that's the same thing that killed Benjamin, my poor guy.
I don't think they were walking around town, but they were looming, is what I remember.
Oh, I thought they were just like threading around town. If they're spying on Lawrence, that's a little bit concerning.
I guess we will see.
Oh,
Thank you very much for that recap.
Most welcome, Marino.
Amber, how is your...
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I was speaking, but I wasn't lighting up. Thank you for the recap.
Thank
No
you.
problem. Oh,
And your
How's what?
Yeah, how is your ping in Foundry?
I mean, my ping seems to be fine. I just don't know what happened. Like sometimes it just.
well, hey, if it's fine now, it's fine now.
Just a little bit awkward sometimes. That doesn't
I can
matter.
imagine. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
Where would you guys like to kick off again? Because it is actually like night has already passed with how long you guys have been like running around, and it's daylight, and people have gone back to their homes.
I thought we came back for.
We were gonna take a long rest here. No.
Yeah, no, but I'm
Mhm.
thinking it should have been too long because we immediately set out towards the tree as soon as we woke up at night. Has
As
it really
much
been
as
that
true.
long?
The timer has just been like running, like for all the
I'm
talking that
just
you guys
trying to
did.
remember what we did during the night outside of going out and then immediately going back in and then flying again back in the town.
Very little. I mean, I'm willing to give you like recuperate some hours back, but yeah, like you guys just did a lot of talking.
Mhm.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm fine long resting as well.
I mean, yeah.
Or we could reconvene with all of us going back to the house and long resting through the day. But
Yeah.
I imagine that Lawrence coming back is a noteworthy thing, mostly because he needs to tell us what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I imagine so.
yeah, because I assume that we hurried back towards the village after we took off and everything. And after we, we're done talking with.
Yeah.
Miria.
Yeah, I mean, we could. All of us sort of went back to town to the house, so I guess we can resume from when Lawrence comes back. I think,
Yeah.
Very well, we can.
or unless he's already there when we get them, because we did leave a bit later than when he conversed with the priestess.
Yeah. Amber,
Yeah.
after finishing with, after having the conversation with the priestess, is it possible, yeah, like what, does she just stay distraught, or is it possible to kind of, see, okay, well, what do you want to do next? Do you want to continue from where it was, or what kind of situation has Lawrence sort of left her in to go reconvene with the rest of the party?
I mean, she's distraught for a good couple years. Like this doesn't. It's not just the yes. My entire belief and faith is shattered once again.
It's more like I burned the person alive and she was innocent.
Yeah, I burnt a friend alive.
I burned
Yikes.
someone alive and I knew it was bad, but I thought I was doing the right thing, you know?
Yikes.
Yikes on bikes, my
Or-
dude.
Lawrence will stay there. As long as he feels responsible for that. Because I think, yeah, he feels responsible. And he also feels bad having come here with all his kind of rage and wrath. And kind of leveraging it in this debate. Yeah, Lawrence basically hooks her into being feeling better again. Well, not feeling better, but like putting herself back together, and try to get eventually try to get some sort of answer of what would she like to do next. And I'd also like to know where she's buried, or her ashes are. Actually, she was burned alive. I don't know if there's anything left.
Mm-hmm.
We need to figure that out. Probably by
Yeah.
talking to these people later.
I'll see if there's anything out left of her where it was buried.
Where what was buried?
You know,
I
anything
don't-
left of the corpse is what I mean. Because I out of character, I don't actually know what happens once you cremate someone. Like what happens to that? And well, if you burn someone like on fire, I don't imagine the flames are hot enough to,
No, most of your remains will still be there, like, cold,
Charred. Yeah, like
charred bones,
like coal.
basically.
Yeah.
The same way it happens in cremation, basically, after which you cremate someone, which is, smash their bones to powder.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I don't know that. I guess I'll ask where her remains were buried.
The smoldering grave! I knew there was a fucking tombstone that emitted smoke.
What?
It's the first thing I noticed in the map. If you look at the top left, the tombstone to the furthest to the right emits like a plume of smoke every few seconds.
Oh
That's
yeah.
gonna be it.
You
Sorry,
ask
where on the
her.
My screen's very dim right now.
You do ask her, Lawrence, but Cyrave has no coherent answer for you.
Yeah, I think you gotta give her a night. Also, please don't
That's-
fucking don't leave her alone. She's gonna get fucking casually killed by a bird creature in the night.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, over here.
Yeah, it's the first. I immediately went, "Oh, Ember, look, that grave is smoking." It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. What are
It's
you?
just a misty grave.
That's not a misty grave because none of the other graves are misty.
It's just misty.
That's not true. It's like
It's
a little light in the mountain.
Mist localized entirely on this location.
Literally.
At this
point.
time of year. Crazy. Yeah, Lawrence will do what he can here. he feels guilty, so he will basically stay here as long as there's no explicit reason for him to leave. Like inquisitorial agent kicking in the door.
Very well.
If there's they're kind of if the door can be locked, I will lock it.
I'm guessing the party will show up at the house of the priestess then.
Yeah.
Are we? I thought we were long resting here.
Well, think about what we left off last time. Last time we left off with Lawrence flying into town.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we were
priestess.
running after. Yeah.
Yep.
So how are you gonna go about going there to the priestess place?
Skulking, most likely, because it's probably not a good idea to fucking walk in the middle of town.
I mean, it's dark still, right?
Yep.
Well, I'll just walk in the middle of town.
Mark, I gave you dark vision this session.
It's also
Yeah, no,
sus
I
because
can.
sorry, it's also sus because everyone else is locked inside their houses. That's
Not
why,
in the night, right? In
yeah,
the day.
it's not- the scream, everyone run into their houses and lock themselves down.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I'll attempt to sneak with the party.
Are we
Maybe.
It's not dark vision.
Are we skulking?
Spelunkying? Yeah, they are. Let's see.
Mark, it only lasts 1 hour.
I mean, Jorgen can see in the dark.
Yeah, he's on them.
What did
Yeah,
you
no,
think he was?
I asked if he.
Sorry,
I asked.
sorry. No, somebody couldn't see in the dark. Like I used this feature on someone.
I think we all have dark vision.
Chase can't see in the
Chase
dark.
can't
It's not
see in the
fitting.
dark. Yeah.
It was Chase.
Yeah, no, I can see in the dark. The reason I
Sorry,
just
she only
wanted
has
to
a few
walk the-
cones. She's only like 1/4 gnome, so
1/4 gnome.
it's true.
Mendel's law kicking in.
That's why she can only see a little bit in the dark.
No Mendel's law. Let's see.
Ravo, Burag, Empire, Pfaffenholt. Where's my girl?
Bab and Bolt.
Ah, there you are. Alright, make your skulking checks.
Of course.
Let's see what Scythe thinks about your skulking.
Okay, let me
yeah.
see.
Indomitable.
What?
Don't worry. Wabam.
Invisible.
Oh my god!
Huge.
I'm literally invisible.
I take it we're
Happening.
going through the water again, or
Jesus Christ.
Imagine this is for once we're out of the water.
I mean, yes.
We're going to the water again. There's
Yeah,
no
we
other
are
entry.
going through the water again because otherwise we can't get back.
Very good. A concealment check for our tracks, if that is okay, Amber. And then skull
You may.
check.
Curly, how do I roll this? Holy shit.
The check 300.
Concealment.
No, Amber oftentimes exclaims when it's really bad. When it's really high, she has no reaction because then we don't expect it.
No. It's either really bad or it's like a 30. Like there's no in between.
Nah.
What is the difference between really bad and a 30?
No, you either roll like a natural.
Oh,
one
you
or-
mean like I roll? I thought you meant
Yeah.
it's really bad for you guys.
The difference between really bad and the 30 is pretty huge, let's be honest.
Matori's concealment check is so bad that he's actually made more tracks.
He
for
makes
it.
more tracks, it's confusing.
Why is this not?
You see the guy coughing his ass off,
Oh.
still being quieter than Victoria.
No, you ruined it then.
This is not me like hiding. This is me getting rid of tracks. It is
Yeah, I
12
understand.
total, and then here's my skulking check.
Big on skulking, let's go. Huge.
Ooh, let's go.
18, 21, 7.
to be fair, Victoria's been outdoing me on skulking for a while, so I'm glad that I've actually beaten him now.
I bet.
I don't know about how people.
Outperforming, dare I say.
You were outperforming me in skulking for the last like 3 checks that we've done in the last few sessions.
What a
He's
guy.
he's not keeping track, but
I'm not keeping track. Like, I'm not keeping track of the only thing I'm good at, and you're beating me. But
But
but if I was, then I would know you were beating me at it. All right. There's a bit of a hubbub in town as you feel little eyes peering out of windows nervously, despite the fact that it is dark and these are the hours that these halflings get to have their moment. You pass by not too far away from the market where food is still stalled out, fresh fish, little baskets full of produce that has been left, some of them strewn about on the ground, apples rolled away, tomatoes crushed beneath little halfling boots as they scattered in their panic. There is the continuous trotting of horses up and down the main street. Wardens taking accounts from people, searching the area, some of which are making their way to the tower. But you guys sneak through town and scuttle into Sunsong Hall's little priestess's abode, finding that the door is still unlocked and also left open on a little, like, tiny on a crack.
Yippee! Lucas will slip inside and start looking around the house as we pour in the abode. Hello? Good evening. Is anyone home?
Orange hear people approaching, and then the door pushes open. And then you hear a small gnomish voice.
Gnomes. Shit. They're breaching the compound.
Pull out a
Defend the
minigun.
line.
Activate turrets. Bzz.
I'll use, what's it called? Overrun? No, suppressing fire, that's it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Lawrence. Pokes his head out from behind the corner. Hello there.
Okay, well, it's good to see
In
you.
quickly, come inside.
Yeah, all right. Turns around to everyone else. Hey, come in, close the door. He'll
All right.
puppy into the living room.
As I finally step in, I'm like, it was all in the entire time.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Please be quiet. Thank you. Okay.
What are all of you doing here?
Oh, right. Hello, good evening. We are with him. He kind of, took off before we could get our word in. Again, good evening. I'm Togus Multidrop. This is our group of adventurers. I imagine you two have already debriefed on the whole situation.
Yes. Yes, we have spoken. Yes, we've spoken, and yeah, it's as we thought.
Okay, well that figures. So who was the culprit behind all of this? Who started the whole?
The Inquisition. They did what they usually do and twist people.
So there's Inquisition in town?
No. But they came through.
That
Did what they
yeah, okay, makes sense. Knowing Maria was a druid, I don't understand why they did that. Well, I guess it's no surprise then that you know that her ghost is still out there. Turns around to say that to the priestess. I'm sure you're a woman of faith. I'm sure you know about ghosts, right? No, we're not gonna have to go through that talk, right?
I'm aware.
Yeah, bitch.
Are you also aware that she was haunting the tower?
Nobody's to come near that accursed place.
Oh, no. Why is it accursed? Enlighten me on that.
It is the center of all the misfortune of this town.
Okay. That sounds probably like something we should know in relation to all of this. What misfortune are you talking about? Is that where the first victim of the plague was found?
She like averts her eyes.
Eyebrow raise. I don't hear a no.
No.
Right, so why don't we elaborate a bit on that front? It feels like the ghost of the person that was burned alive, and justly so, is haunting that tower for a purpose. So if we knew why that tower is considered cursed or a bad place, then probably that could help.
It is a site of old faith.
To Darlene? We found a statue of her there. Well, arguably without head, but...
Sorry if doesn't respond.
Right, okay, so I suppose we're not going to get much more than that. Where did you hear that this place is accursed? Was it also the Inquisition that said that?
They say witches live on unhallowed ground.
You see, for a moment there's a twitch in Tokus's eyebrow. My apologies. This is all information from the Inquisition, correct?
I would know if that ground was hollowed or not.
I would hope
I
that
stepped
she'd
on.
know as well if she was a priestess of Darlene, but we are not here to
Took us.
expect things of anyone.
And can do it at will. Some need to pray for a particular miracle to be able to detect that kind of thing. And I mean someone of my nature.
fair enough. Besides that point, this is all things you've heard from the Inquisition, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, since we've already proven that what the Inquisition says is factually wrong, then we can, I imagine, disprove everything else they've said. Would you agree with me on that part?
I suppose so.
Great. That's a good first step. Because then I can tell you good news, which is we found how to cure this condition that's affecting everyone in the village. We know how to bring the sunlight back to you.
How?
Well, as I've heard from a few
Older
people,
how?
as I heard from a few people in town already, some of you said that Darlene has abandoned you, and I would not say that's exactly correct. In fact, she has punished you for committing an act that, we can all be honest, was done in desperation, that I understand. But nonetheless, you ended the life of an innocent person. And, of course, that person sought revenge through Darlene, and Darlene answered the prayers. Now, the problem is that we talked to Miria, we met her, or you could say her ghost, and she told us how to lift the affliction that's taken over everybody in the village, and that's to apologize. It sounds very weird, and I suppose the choice of words isn't exactly the same. She did use atone, but, synonyms and all of that. The most important thing is that the village must recognize what they've done is a misdeed, preferably in front of her.
Then your words align.
Okay.
What'd you say?
She said, then your words align.
Oh, with mine and Lord's?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, guys, could I just have a quick word with you? If you don't mind.
Sure. Tell me what's up.
I'll pull Tokas and speak some pristine water gulper to him. I don't know what languages do we share besides Imperial, Norm, and Draconic?
I think that's it. I speak not very fluent in Infernal, Lower Burek, Higher Burek, Primordial, only written language, Rollish, Isunday, Caretaker, and Spellscript.
Okay.
And Leviathan.
Yeah, that's Isunday, the Water Leviathan language.
Lawrence will whisper, and then he'll add a layer on top and speak in Draconic to you and ask why, and I'll ask if that ghost does another uses one of its screaming abilities, and we've gathered all the villagers in front of it, we could be looking at something very, very bad.
Well, Ember, can I make a lore undead check?
About?
I know that for a fact that the effect doesn't affect people that don't see the ghost, because it didn't affect me or Jace when the ghost wailed inside the woods, but I would like to make sure that I know about ghosts a bit more.
Wait, what effect doesn't affect you?
The visage, the horrifying visage that ages and kills people in a big radius.
Yeah, you may.
Lore undead. I am not an undead connoisseur, but I know a little bit about ghosts, I guess.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Tasty little ghosts.
Tasty, tasty, tasty. Oh damn, we don't know all of that.
I gotta do this though as well. Oh, that's better. There you go.
What do you mean you're gonna do that as well?
It's just a personal thing, don't worry. I'm using the wrong dice, that's why I'm doing so bad. There you go. Me being able to change my dice set online, that's huge. We got some massive fucking technology right here.
Definitely. With an 11.
Yeah, sorry that I'm not better.
What? That's not saying.
How fucking dare you, you
Yeah,
loser!
It was like
Pathetic!
11. Oh, stinky 11. Oh, I hate that.
Stinky. Gabe, why are you so stinky?
I'm literally so stinker. I don't have proficiency in undead lore. Should have studied more.
With an 11, you know that ghosts or spirits are basically a remnant of a creature that is normally, you know, from the material plane, whose spirit is literally tethered to a place or an area because of their unfinished business, which usually comes in the shape of shifting, unfiltered emotion that stops them from being able to pass on from the life that they're, that they had at one point.
Fair enough.
And then that the same thing that keeps them bound also makes it very difficult for them to often, clearly understand or communicate what they need.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As for the horrifying visage, I mean, logic dictates that
it doesn't work on people that don't see it because I wasn't affected by it. But
yeah, logic dictates that you did hear a wail and it did
Scary
stir something deep within you,
Yeah.
but not to the degree that everybody else was affected.
Makes sense. Okay. Well, and Lawrence, Tokus and Draconic will reply. Well, I was thinking of blindfolding people. Take groups, not all of them at once. We can't move the entire city across the river in a night. They will realize. We have smaller groups in a few nights come with us to the tower, and almost like a confessional. I never went to one, but I know that like in churches there's those things where you get into a booth and you say sorry for this and that for stealing an apple. So I was thinking we keep Miria in the tower, and we take a group of people. Some of us stay with the group. One or two of us takes one of these people. We bring them in, and we have a one-on-one sort of meeting with the Miria, and they can say sorry for personally what they felt and have like a one-on-one experience instead of being the ghost speaking to a mass of people that will probably not listen. Plus, this is also a fail-proof method, because if the first person that she meets immediately dies of old age because she screams at them and they wither into a powder of dust, we know that we should take more precautions next time. Again, well, usually we don't want the first person to suffer. We don't want anyone to be the unlucky first person to suffer that, but that's where the blindfolds come in. We don't need to blindfold them when we take them there. We sort of bring them to the tower, put a blindfold on, bring them to Miria, and if they're fine with the blindfold on, that's okay. We kind of we can tell them that there's a risk that they could immediately age about half of their lifespan and die on the spot if they take the blindfold off.
Jesus Christ!
They could choose to still take it off if they don't believe the Miria is in front of them, but I think like the voice and all the spooky ambience should help sell the case. Anyways, yeah, the point is take small groups over the river, do confessional style booth thing in the tower, one-on-one conversations with the ghost. I think that way she should be able to receive apologies from each and every villager, which I think what matters, I think since no one individually stepped up, I think we should make them step up one by one now and confront what they decided to avoid, or condemn at the same time.
I agree with you. I think it makes a lot of sense. The personal confessions way of going about it is very good. It has a very personal touch to it, and I think one by one that would cure people. That does also avoid the risk of
Taking down the entire crowd, yeah, that does minimize casualties for sure.
genocide, accidental genocide.
Accidental foreign minor genocide. Shit.
I just, I
Whoopsie!
hate to be in a situation where we end up killing this entire town accidentally because we trusted a ghost to be rational.
It's just some casualties. That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Oh no.
And the second thing is, could you be a bit nicer or a bit gentler in your wording with her? She's just realized something very terrible, and she is repenting. I only just managed to get her to stop crying. My clothes are all still wet from her tears, and she is repenting. She is going to help us do this to further repent.
You see,
be a bit nicer to her.
he looks back between the priestess and you and goes, I could try. Can't make any promises. I mean, she did incite the crowd to burn a...
I'm very aware of what she did, and she knows that just as well. But in her position, I would want someone to be kind to me as well.
I can
And
imagine.
what's worse, if you think about it logically as well, we need her to not be a blibbering, broken down mess of a person. We need her to be not lucid.
I suppose that's true. We could use her help to sort of convince the villagers. Yeah, I'll try to be gentler, though I must say the amounts of, frustration that I perceive in your grim is running through me as well. I might not sound very upset, but
Sorry, am I what? I didn't hear you.
No, he said that the amounts of frustration I feel running through your grims, I'm feeling those too. It might not sound
Your
very...
Grims?
Your grim is the other gnome that Mark is playing by.
Who's like, hey, bitch!
Hey,
Yeah.
you're an asshole! That's
Literally.
literally what you just said.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
literally
he did say that.
But yeah, Tokus.
And it's just like after I saw him, after watching him, just a mere taste of what kind of weird specimen that man is, I will personally remove him from this environment if he is not willing to play with the rest of us.
That's a good idea. Watch out from touching him. I think he has like a bunch of diseases, so I would not put my hands on him directly.
They're so mean. What the fuck? It's true, but still.
But anyways,
Whoa!
Lauren says, I have gloves on my suit.
you should probably wear it too. Anyways, I think we're all upset with the situation, and some of us are more upset with her than the Inquisition. Yeah, the Inquisition goes everywhere and fucks things up most of the time, but she is the leader of an entire church, and she's a prominent figure of this town. That begets responsibilities that, when you fail to meet, are your fault and you're alone. The fact that she believed the Inquisition for whatever they told her, and decided to go with the flow and burn a person at the stake, to the point that even her god went against her. I could try to be kind, but I don't feel very much kindness in my heart towards her. I probably will tomorrow after I sleep over it, but right now I've been half possessed by a ghost. It kind of makes sense that I'm a little bit upset. Nonetheless, we can go back. And yeah, after their small conversation in Draconic, he goes back to the priestess. Okay, well, we have thought of somewhat of a plan to make sure that the curse is lifted, and we could appreciate your help if you're willing to help us convince the rest of the village.
No.
We want everyone to meet Maria in the tower. Not everyone at once. It'll be through the course of a few nights. We're going to take some groups, and we're going to bring them over the river into the tower. And there, one by one, we'd like each townfolk to meet Miria and atone for what they've done. You're a priestess, I'm sure you're acquainted with confessionals. That's sort of what we're going for. The point
How
is...
can we guarantee their safety?
Oh, it's easy. We'll be there to help you out in case anything really happens. We'll make sure that no harm comes to the villagers. We have a few ways to make sure that doesn't happen.
Even if you can't, you pay with deeds. You made a mistake, you own up to your shit.
Be quiet.
But instead of being quiet, Yorgrim, maybe just, tone it down a little bit. I understand you're upset, but we're in the problem-solving part of the problem now.
Yeah, that's why you take the risk. To help everyone in the town.
Well, if everyone in the town dies from an angry ghost, then there's no point trying to remove the curse at all. I understand that you have your concerns. My friends and I are, well, moderately competent adventurers. We have talked with the ghost and successfully calmed her down from committing genocide through the entire village. So that should be proof enough that we have what it takes to make sure that you're safe. But if you don't do this, firstly, you will never see the light again. And secondly, I'm not sure you've noticed, but your neighbors, and he sort of nods his head to the side, they aren't really good guys. We have been hired from the Queensberry to investigate this place. And they told us about the less than distasteful things that the doctors do and did in Lisek and will probably continue to do. We've made a bunch of discoveries. I wouldn't bore you with them, nor the details that might be too much for you right now. Just know that the choices are two right now. You either help us and the village, the town, apologizes for what they've done to the person that they've done it. Or the story will remain the same. Actually, that's not correct. It will keep getting worse. You will remain sick. You will never see the light again. And eventually much more worse things will happen to you. Some people have already disappeared. And many, I imagine, will. So that's the choice I'm asking you to make. You either help us, and then help everyone in the village. And I never thought I'd say this, but God forbid their lead might come back. Or you'll eventually face the demise of the entire town.
There's a more important question.
I think
Lawrence gives a very
you-
pointed look.
If you
Yes.
do this, he looks at the woman. Are you gonna do this because you seek your god's forgiveness, or because you seek forgiveness? That's an important question.
I think that my question was more important. I'm just gonna put that there because it kind of entails the lives of everyone in the village.
Gotta be. I imagine the ghost wants things to be genuine, you know?
Yeah, of course, well, that's true.
She sighs very deeply as though this weight is being lifted off of her. But still, these deep lines, this frown of consternation remains upon her face. I just...
At the door.
She turns her head.
Oh shit, that was the door!
Did we close it?
No, I
Yeah,
heard like bonking. There was
Yeah,
bonking.
you hear the door.
The door?
Yeah, there's
Oh,
someone knocked
shit.
on the door. Like, shit.
Oh fuck. I look
Halfling
around
turns to the
other
door.
three. Dude, were you expecting visitors?
Cyrus shakes her head.
Alright. I turn around to Vittorio and Lawrence and Vincent. You guys find somewhere to hide, okay? Actually, who am I?
Cyrave.
Yeah?
Huh?
I just heard Amber scream Cyrave, so I thought she was narrating something.
The halfling
There.
looks at all of you. It's the warden.
What did you say?
It's the wardens.
The wardens. Ah, shit. There's a door that leads to the laboratory, right?
Right.
Yeah, we can go back into the church.
All right. Then I'll just hurry the people. Fuck. Oh,
All of us, or are we going to say that?
I mean,
like,
you
in-
can stay with her. You are from the village. I'm not, so they will recognize that I'm not from here. They're wardens.
Cyrave shuffles up to the door. Just a moment.
I'll begin scuttling people off, and I'll lead them through the other door.
Sister, the maggots, they're coming out of my ears!
Christ.
No, it needs another.
All right. Well, we'll move through the door and close the door behind us, and I guess try to not stand in front of it.
A dark figure looms in the doorway when Cyrave opens the door. The light of the sun rising in the distance
Ah, shit.
frames the very tall woman in a quite stark contrast. I know that there are people here, Cyrave. It's the last thing you hear as you shuffle away from the door.
You're Grim. You're all of us.
What?
I didn't you know that
I mean, what did you say?
you're all of us. Because
Oh, you guys. Yeah. No, am I not misunderstanding? You shuffle from the door.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We ran away, but you should be still in there, right?
I imagine that if everyone left, I would also leave. Like, I'm not gonna stick here by myself. If you were staying, I was gonna stay too.
Oh well, we didn't leave. We were simply.
Yeah, you're hiding. That's
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
So you're hiding as well.
Yeah, I'll join you guys.
Oh nay.
Because you can use me as a distraction shield because I'm still supposed to be in this town, and you can go further ahead.
Fair enough.
All right. So all of you step into the old school. The doors to 4 classrooms, all open, lie ahead of you. And at the end of the hallway is a large door that leads to a cathedral. What do you do?
You guys look through every one of these rooms?
Fair enough. Be quiet.
Yeah, that was me whispering, but I can't do that voice if I
Yeah,
actually
okay,
whisper.
okay.
So what's the plan? Just get out?
Sort of get out. I really wish the Rife doesn't get in trouble. We really need her.
I mean, we can jump the person, make a distraction, make a noise, and jump him right here.
We can't.
What do you mean? He looks big.
She and
No, he pointed at Vittorio.
oh. No,
This guy is also big. Just fight big with big.
we cannot.
I need a decision.
But we are in the exploring the rest of the hallway now.
Okay.
Yeah. I imagine
You
we
walk
slowly
past
creep
the
to other
classrooms.
side.
There's
No.
still a person playing music.
Mark the halfling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me.
I guess we're gonna try and talk to him while that happens. I'm gonna turn around to the Orgrim and say, "Can you send your creature in the room back so you can sort of know what's happening?"
Got a name.
Bob?
Bobby.
Bobby, yeah, my bad.
Yeah. But again, Bobby, do not explode unless he steps on you. Go.
Bobby looks up at you with his beady, like, hollowed eyes.
Yeah, you like that, I know. Go.
He begins scuttling away.
I'll reluctantly give Jorgrim some support because I know that if you look through your familiars, you kind of get fuckled up.
I'll like grab onto you like a little bit too tightly, you know what I mean? And then you'll again see his eyes just skin grows over his eyes and ears as he looks through Bobby's eyes.
Bobby scuttles and tries to squeeze their, like, fat body underneath the door frame.
Come on, you little
There-
fatty.
And the hind kind of gets stuck. It's just like the head that's like popping out underneath the door frame, just like having a look. You see Cyrave and a person, a familiar person to some of you, towering over her. They are having a rather animated conversation in which Cyrave is trying to change the subject. But the other person is having none of it.
Bobby, you gotta get closer. You gotta get closer. Get your stinky ass through that door.
Bobby squeezes with all his might and escape
he's so
artists his way
strong.
underneath the door.
I'm gonna try to get a listen in.
You listen in, but the talking part is clearly over.
Oh, nay.
As Scythe begins moving through the house and turning over, like, every bit of furniture that she can find because she knows people were here.
Shit, go! She's finding the door! Go!
Alright, I guess I'll take a moment to take a look at the halfling in the door for a second and then look at the rest of the party. Okay, well, what the fuck do we do? Do we just get
Bobby, come back!
Are there windows? Are there windows, Ember, in these other rooms?
Yeah, all the rooms have windows. Not like openable windows, but there are windows.
What do you mean? Oh, stained glass windows?
Yeah.
Aren't those openables?
No, most of them they're not.
What?
Most stained glass windows cannot be opened, no.
only ways to go are back into the priestess's place or out into the main room of the church. Where
Yeah, I am.
all the
I'm
doctors are.
trying to cook something with my head.
You think those big people can be affected by sewer plague?
I think they might, but you don't want to find out. Oh fuck. What was that spell? Of course I don't know stone shape, but I fucking need it.
I regrow Bobby out of my snot.
Oh no.
Bobby rolls out.
Good boy.
Do the windows face the streets or the woods in the back?
One set of classrooms faces the street, the other set of classrooms faces the woods.
All right. Tokus goes.
The one of the regular classrooms and one of the the laboratory one face the woods. The others face the street. Like it's basically like this area here.
Oh, okay. I understand. And so this area here is the church, and this is the house, and we are in like that tower.
It doesn't
in the
look
middle.
exactly like this, but yeah, like this area here is basically how the main cathedral is. Then you have the
Oh, and
extra
this is
building
this?
attached.
Oh, I
The
get it.
original building is like this one.
Yeah, and this is like the house. I get it.
You have the room where Mark is this side, and like here's the other regular room. There's
Yeah, that
the
makes
room with the
sense.
surgery, and there's one other regular room.
Wait, I got a little plan, real quick.
And I got like
Yeah,
Sife's
what's-
house attached.
your
Or,
Make
like,
him
Sife's-
fight. Where's that little squid thing that the people want? We put that in front of the door, and then the doctor and the big one might fight. Conflict.
I look into the pantry of the thing. Well, I mean, I guess you know how dangerous that is.
You got any better idea before we're gonna get fucking caught?
Yes. There's a door right there. There's a window. We get out of the window into the woods and we sneak away.
Gonna shatter a window. Fuck, do it fast. Go.
Are the windows at ground level, Ember, or are they higher up?
No, they're ground level. It's like
Okay.
it's just like a classroom if you can.
I'll look at
envision
your grim. Do you really have no spells to remove a window?
A wonder will make loud shattering
that.
noises.
Defenestrate is my favorite spell.
Oh, it slaps his forehead.
I've got the perfect window shattering spell. You know how it's called? You know what's called shatter, but that makes it loud as boom.
He just puts two fingers to his forehead.
Racing.
Okay. Vincent, do you have a dagger? Anything sharp? We have to cut the glue.
I mean, all I really wield is my blade.
Oh my God in Christ.
Victoria,
Anyone has a dagger?
Made a decision. Do you want to do something
I
with
pull
the
out my
squids?
dagger.
Do you want to fight? Do you want to go for the? You gonna dagger a window?
No, what I want to do is to cut the stained glass, like the glue that holds it together. Basically, cut the window open so we can go in.
Gabe, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna just guess if this is stained glass, it's probably in stone.
Oh, that does make sense.
Stained glass, or also known as glass in lead, is glass in lead. It is not glued into the. It's not glued into a frame. It's lead.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna step next to the window. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna. I'll wait on the other side. Misty step. And I'm stepping through the fucking window.
But I just look at Jormungand. Just shatter the fucking window at this point.
So Jorgrim casts Misty Step,
Oh, yes.
like the soft music playing, like in the other room stops.
Oh my lord.
Is somebody there?
I will use. I will clack my heels together and cast rhetorical sending to send a message to Mark and say, "Don't look around." In his head, he can't. It's a one-way sending.
Make me a torture check. Make me a savagery check.
Make me a torture check.
Make me a torture check to torment this guy mentally.
There's no torture here anymore. Oh yeah, there
What?
is. Can I? What do I use with this?
Your spellcasting ability.
That's just a spellcasting check. Let's go.
I have also a good idea.
It's not the best one, honestly.
Amber, is there
Anyway.
a walk anywhere here?
Make me an observation check to
Or a
find
stick. Literally anything that is
a
hard.
stick.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure, go ahead.
I'm gonna grab the stick and throw it through the window.
All right. So a couple things happen at once. The door kicks open behind you. In the hallway.
Oh, okay. Fuck.
Then, wait, make me an attack roll on this window.
Okay. That's
Did you cast shatter?
I'm because I actually thought about this, and I'm gonna throw it so that if she wouldn't have broken, it looked like the window was broken from the outside, which it was, which would have made no sense if there were people. Inside.
Just go ahead. Show me the window.
Okay. I'm gonna do that with just a roll the d20 roll plus 1 because it's an improvised weapon.
Yep.
Please tell me it's the EC of the fucking window.
All right. Very well.
Luckily for me, Yorgrim is stronger than he's dexterous, so he's.
Now I need you to roll damage for that.
Well, what is the damage for me throwing a stick at the window?
It's like improvised. It's like 1d4, right?
No. Well, that is up to you. Normally, it's nothing, like 1.
You do 1d4 damage. It's basically throwing a fucking rock or like a club.
It's pretty good. Glass has low HP, right?
Glass has fragile HP, so that is 5. Yeah, the glass.
Oh, huge.
There's a huge crack, like a glass shattering sound. As on the other side, shards of stained glass fly
Fucking
across the
God.
fucking room and towards all of you, covering your clothing and the ground. Mark in the distance freaks out.
That's
Heavy footsteps walk down the hallway.
Yeah. Time to get out.
Make me.
No.
A stun check to defenestrate yourself without getting cut.
Oh, hate that one.
Hey, what check?
Stunt.
Oh.
I'll avoid this stunt check with a Misty Step. I'll sun and cast it.
I look at Toka as like flabbergasted, like, why didn't you step out of the window?
I can't! What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, I'll Misty Step and silently cast it, so...
No,
Oh,
I don't.
never mind.
Sounds-
There you go.
Jace cannot Misty Step herself, so she will walk out the window.
I forgot, fuck.
I forgot I have a halfling.
Stunt, Jace, you can do it. Be a stunter.
Oh, I was
Feet
muted.
as well.
That explains
Yeah.
explains a lot. Yes. Okay.
It's okay, she still has my Pram's Fortune, so if she fails, she can reroll that.
Amber, can I
Yeah, that's
shoot
probably...
through the window, using my my wings as like a buffer between me and the glass.
Is it a stun check to like vault over the window?
Yeah.
Yeah, to basically just vault through without like scraping yourself on the glass shards. You can, right? Like your wings are still beholden to, you know, the laws of physics are being cut. I will give you advantage on the check.
I'll use a spell. I'll use what is it called? Auspicious Warning on Jace's roll.
Roll.
Stunt. I don't see stunt on this list.
It's at the bottom. Should be stunts above swimming and beneath.
It is S, and this is alphabetical.
Beneath stealth, which we still have for some reason.
I'm sorry.
Amber, can you look at my sheet? I don't have it.
Close your sheet and reopen it. See if that works.
Yeah, I can see stunts for you.
Okay, because I had some of the options I didn't have. No, it's not there.
Okay, just roll me dexterity.
Very well.
You don't have proficiency in stunts anyway, so.
Dang.
23, yes.
Nice.
Alright. Lawrence turned into a little tornado and, like, zooms out. Vincent also perfectly defenestrates. Jace does a little, she, like, does a wobble, like, she's about to place her hand right where there's a huge piece of glass, like, it would have stuck straight through like, out the bottom and out the back of her hand. But how do you prevent this from happening?
There's like his suspicious warnings are like a word spoken directly in the mind. There's a vision, like a fraction of a moment where you see what's about to happen, and then you can choose to avoid it, because at the end of the day you can choose if you want to use be affected by the spell. So
in that
you
case,
see a moment in the past or future.
In that case, she does not place her hand on the bottom of the window, but rather grabs the side of the frame, and she kicks the shard out of the way with her thick leather boot and avoids taking a bit of piercing
We did
damage.
not leave a blood trail. That's lovely.
No, we did not.
Yeah, but we still need to get a bunch of stained glass off our clothing, so that doesn't leave a trail.
That's true. But we can do that while we're deep in the woods. We don't need to go home directly.
Yeah, the moment I saw everyone jumping out, that's the moment I already started running. Like, I waited until I saw the first person exit, and then I bolted.
Very good. Now you can make me a running check.
Oh my god.
With strength, right?
No, it's Constitution.
With strength, right?
No, it's Constitution, sorry.
It's okay, you may have advantage because you're already
Love it.
you're already gone ahead. You went outside already.
You're just there like his tiny legs.
I'll use Misty Step to give myself a good distance
A head start.
to try and counteract the 9 that I just rolled.
Very good. And a lot of you scuttle off into the tree line. For those of you who dare to take a moment to peek behind you, you see yellowed eyes with slit pupils gaze at you from the doorway, or the window. The doorway that you've created by smashing a window. The gateway, we'll just call it. But the pursuit does not follow. And so, after a little while of running through very rocky terrain, with a lot of roots and trees, most of you feel comfortable in assuming that nobody is behind you anymore.
How the fuck do you do this?
Just takes a moment to breathe. Looks up at Lawrence. See? This is why we don't fly in the middle of the village. At night. To someone's house.
Excuse me, I'll have you know, I was not spotted.
How do you know?
How do you know? Because I was very careful, of course.
Do you think that makes it sure that you don't get spotted? I'm
Yeah.
sorry to say, it doesn't.
Tokes, I have flown through that village several times and not been spotted a single time.
What knowledge do you have that no one saw you fly across the fucking sky at night?
And with all of the might of someone with 2 levels in cleric, I turn on Tokas and say, faith.
That explains why it brought us here. Alright. And I'll
You cannot possibly think that me flying silently and carefully, alone, at night, is more likely to be spotted than all of you in the village that is already on high alert because of the scream.
I can. And then he immediately starts to prestidigitate himself and remove the soot from his boots and the shards of glass from his body.
I'll start helping.
Well, that's just illogical.
I'll start helping Tokas doing that for everyone that has the window shards on them. When I got to Vittoria, I'm like, sorry, I didn't mean to. And my presentation stinks, by the way.
I hate that.
I clean you, but it just like afterwards it leaves a nice smell, but the moment I cast it, it stinks.
It's a fart that slowly begins to smell like flowers afterwards.
Oh, I love
No,
that.
it's like one of those fans, like high power fans, and so it removes all the dirt from you, but like it just smells bad.
There you go. Okay, what the fuck's the plan? I'm tired of shit.
The plan is we go the long way around, we go back home, we sleep, and tomorrow we hope that she's still there and there aren't patrols of wardens every fucking corner of the street.
Which I'm assuming is
I
incredibly
think it's
unlikely.
probably
4 people talking
better
about this
idea.
can't be eligible.
Victoria?
I said there's going to be patrols everywhere, and we'll be lucky if they don't check every fucking house.
Yeah, you'll just put Jace's parents in danger, and, I don't mind putting people in danger all too much, but that's a bit too much, don't you think?
But we need a place to sleep.
What do you mean?
Oh.
We got the beautiful open sky right here.
Huh?
If you're lucky, you could catch a mosquito that carries something that's never been found before.
No, I wouldn't count myself lucky,
Well, we need to go back there either way.
We do. We have to talk with their parents tomorrow night and begin our sort of endeavor, I suppose.
Wait a minute. Did I miss? Were your parents a part of the burning?
It's something we can discuss tomorrow.
Look at Jace.
Jace is going quiet.
We can talk about it tomorrow with them. Now, we quietly get back home, try not to make any sound or stand out, and sleep through the night.
I think that's a bad idea. I think we need to camp out.
However much I'd rather not agree with him. I agree with him.
Right,
I think we should go back.
Wait a minute.
I'm going there. And if we're camping out, I'll come join you then, because I'm not gonna leave a Delphine or Laurie there.
That's true. And I left
Like
my
this
stuff in
over
there as
there.
well.
I don't think we can afford them to camp out. We'll get a sleep in.
What did
I
you say?
think we're
Mike?
just gonna. I fear that we're not gonna have a chance to get a rest in then. I think in the 8 hours that we take to do so, the wardens will have combed and searched through the entire village. So, if we go back there with the intention of resting, or whether we rest here, either way, we'll be found out. We've already been found to some degree, so I think we need to. I think we need to act.
We need to fight.
Of course, yeah. It's fight the Stargazers. Like,
No.
you can do that. Of course. if you
No,
want.
we don't need to fight everyone. We need to selectively fight.
Oh,
Well, for example, the woman at the door there.
oh, of course. And what about the other 20 guards stationed around the village?
Lead them inside. We fight inside the house. With any luck, take her down. It's not quiet, but it's isolated.
Bring that, you're not really, part of this group. You didn't hear me say this before we showed up in this village. I'm not fighting any wardens.
It's a bad idea to fight them.
Don't
They
you
specialize
dare.
in fighting supernatural entities. And
Our quarrel isn't with them either.
I mean, I could kidnap one of them, and we could try and explain ourselves.
See? You take one, grill him for information, and we would have already been halfway further.
No, not really. I don't think they know anything about this entire or the other sellswords. They're mercenaries.
They know patrol routes, they know stationaries, they know...
That doesn't get us further anywhere. What I mean is that if we can talk to the wardens and have them understand what's going on, perhaps we can get them on our side. But for now, we need to rest and wake up tomorrow night.
Discord really didn't like me typing egg roll.
Anyways, we need to go back home nonetheless, so home we go. Or, well, to the house.
Alright, well, let's be careful about this.
I grab Toka's arm again, or shoulder, close my eyes, and I throw Bobby out 100 feet ahead of us, like little scout.
You're getting too comfortable with this.
You want us to go in fucking blind?
Yes, I'd prefer that. Let's go.
I would like scout with Bobby, as I only have Toka's guide me.
Yeah, we can try to head back to the house. As light is dawning upon us.
We'll bring up once again that this is that we need to come up with a plan to act.
Okay, well,
I don't think we're going to be able to get this rest in for free.
I think we probably can, but right now we need to go pick up our stuff.
Very well, Tokas. Lead the way.
Of course.
I feel like we didn't subtract this last week.
No, we did. I already did it last week, but I did it during the night, not during the day. It is already down to, let me see.
437.
No, 388. There you go.
Oh, there you go. 388 it is.
Yeah.
It's looking tiny.
Yeah, what do you mean it's looking tiny? What?
The answer is yes, Vittorio. They would need help.
Okay, well then I guess they are on that side of the river.
Okay.
They would have taken them.
Who needs help?
Then they are at the tower.
The fox familiar.
Oh, okay. But yeah, we'll go back to the house and go fetch Delphine, the griffin, and our things. And I guess we can camp out in the forest for this day and sleep.
Jace will stay at home.
Then I'll stay there as well.
Very well. Things get pretty nasty when you guys get to Jace's house, so you know.
Oh,
Nasty.
what?
Yeah,
Jesus. Go ahead, sorry.
Like
Things-
the slaves?
No, I did not say the Slayers.
No, sorry. Wardens, my bad.
Like, you guys get in there, begin gathering up all your stuff, your pets, your everything you want. The dog is still there, he's just like laying there.
Let's go!
This fucking dog.
He's just like sitting there. He's got a little bowl. He's got a bowl with some food in it. Tippy!
My king.
Literally.
He's still looking like he died 3 days ago, but that's okay.
Poor guy.
That's okay, but I've been
He's
dead for a
resurrected.
month,
But yeah, like hearing some of like the commotion downstairs of all of you like gearing up and getting ready to go out. Jason's parents do come down and
Oh, there's a argument.
no, it begins like this. Straight up.
Huh?
It straight up begins like this.
Oh, it's
Oh,
a slap!
Oh shit.
Who the fuck slaps who?
You know who slapped who. That's really...
I hope Jay slaps any of them, but I'm just wondering. I hope it's not the other way
For
around.
putting your hands on me.
Basically, it starts with a slap, and that's when everything just goes quiet.
Oh no.
As Jace slapped her own mother across the face.
No, that's I picked her as well.
Yeah.
To be honest, if I was...
And a heated verbal argument like breaks out.
Oh no.
That at some point does become kind of like the Shrek argument where, you know, her mother goes, Jace! And then Jace goes, Bella! And then her dad goes, Bella! And then, you know, the mom goes, Colkit! And they all like kind of like say each other's names and stuff and whatnot, but you know, yeah, it becomes quite the argument, and like...
Yogrim.
Yeah, Yogrim, essentially.
I'll try
Yogurt.
to mediate as much as I can. I don't know Jace's parents a lot, but I know her quite a bit, so I'm gonna try and make sure that this the argument doesn't escalate too much.
Great
You're not the
person.
only one, Tokaz, because I say Jace and her parents, but it's really Jace and her mother who are going at it.
And then
like,
they're like, please don't fight.
the dad is literally there, like, you can tell he doesn't want anyone to fight, but also he knows that this, like, needs to be done, but also he doesn't, like, he can't really cope with it very well. So, yeah, you and the dad tried to mediate, but, Jace's accusations are quite explosive, we'll just say.
Yeah.
Like, everything that should be... I mean, like, everything that she has been, like, bottling up inside since the moment she found out, like, is just coming out now, and it's just a shouting match, like... And occasionally one of the two, like, walks away and the other one just, like, follows them. Doesn't matter if they go, like, upstairs or downstairs or to the basement or whatever. Like, they like, it goes all over the house.
Oh shit. Well, I don't think there's much in stopping them then. I'll trail around and try to help them not make up, but try to tone things down.
There's
Yeah.
no
that.
making up.
Yeah, I
Oh,
By the time the two of them, like, separate, there's just, like, this cold, hard resentment that is, like, lingering in the house. Like, the whole atmosphere has turned from, yippee, halfling home in the dark with candles, to, we are in hostile territory.
Okay.
I'd like to state I will also follow them around, but not to mediate the conflict.
Please stop!
One person is please stop, the other is please continue.
No, he doesn't
Please.
say continue, but it's just like he's
It's
just
like
like
lingering.
distance away, like watching.
He's like watching it in his pocket, goes,
Yeah, he's just like.
What the fuck?
this is familiar, like, chilling, you know?
Kinda crazy, honestly.
What do you mean? He doesn't chill. He chills in one of my growths. He doesn't like in my pocket. He just chills.
Oh yeah,
in my
true.
room.
From one of his growths that's, like, twitching and goes, like that.
While Lawrence is usually the mediator, he will not get involved in this argument because maybe it's healthier to just let it play out and let them have this conversation.
Also, it's healthier for your well-being, Lawrence. As you look at these two stout women, like, they are a solid 3 feet tall, but, like, you're pretty sure either one of you could take you on right now.
Yeah,
And they probably would if you opened your mouth.
It just hit me where it hurts. And that
Exactly.
Emotional.
Yeah, Lawrence instead will take this opportunity, because it's an opportunity, to keep an eye out on things around the house. You know, watching from the windows, like peeking out from the closed. Oh, right, everything's actually boarded over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll throw my Pokemon out there by the front gate and have it, you know,
Crawley?
take a Crowley.
He has 10 feet of blind sight, no?
He's crawling.
No, he has. He does his part. Have you know he has more than just that. I think he, Hold on, let me just double check. I need to find the invasive familiar. 60 feet of blind sight.
Damn.
So I'll put him on the. Actually, he was inside a carcass, so I think he has normal sight now, right?
He does have
What-
2 oogly eyes, I remember.
What carcass was he in last?
It's inside the feely creature.
Yeah, the centipede.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
He has tremor sense, but no
I
sight.
forgot for a moment about the fucking centipede.
I would love if you forgot about that still.
I would not forget about the centipede anymore.
Thank you for not forgetting. It's very important to me.
Spine worm.
Yeah. How much do I have vision with this centipede? Like normal vision, or is it just the blind sight?
Yeah, he sort of has that, like, vision.
I'll use these to basically put him on the door, and he's my doorman.
Right, he peeks out the door with his little eyeballs, like, "Meh."
Oh, sorry, the door for the courtyard. 'Cause
That's
I know
also
there's a little
fine.
courtyard they come into.
He will sit on the courtyard door. Pretend like he's a normal centipede that hangs out there, which totally exists in this halfling village.
Yeah, like sit in the high grass,
Mm-hmm.
and then Lawrence will find a rocking chair, lie back on it, put a little towel over his eyes, and have a look like he's having a snooze. I'll take a short rest.
Okay.
Alari has found a thread on Vittorio's, like, undershirt. And, like, they grabbed it in their beak, and then they started pulling and pulling and pulling, and, like, the whole shirt is beginning to unravel.
Oh, nay.
That's okay. They can do that.
No, them. Child privileges. Right, well, I guess after the argument, gonna try and console the younger halfling and try and take a long rest.
Alright. Tokas and Jace go to sleep in Jace's childhood bedroom.
I would also like to go up to Vittoria to have a conversation, if I could, during the time that we want to rest.
You
Yeah.
can make an attempt, yeah?
Yeah, I'll definitely try.
What?
I'll go up to Vittorio's knee, look up.
Fucking bite it.
Delicious.
Rabies, motherfucker!
Oh my god.
No, I'll go up to Vittoria. It's like, you're a witcher, right?
You see yellow eyes looking down at you, but it's not Vittorio's eyes.
Are we serious? Did I walk into the wrong witcher?
Maybe that's now the size of your grim.
No, you did not. But there's a griffin baby that's almost the same size as you.
I mean, if you know what's good for you, you're not gonna let that thing eat you because it will die. Not because I'll kill it, but because it will die of whatever disease is in my body. So, but that's not what I was gonna.
Yeah.
You know what this is? I flick open my beautiful satchel that contains 6 gorgeous vials. I'll pull one out, and I'll flick it left to right.
Yeah.
You know what this is? You're a witcher, right? I imagine you can see what this is just from looks.
Vittorio looks at the vial. He looks up at the camera and looks at the DM.
How would I know?
This is a poison. It's the thing in my inventory, Amber.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if what check he would have to make, but that's the thing I'm showing him.
Very well. Oh no, my muscles.
You can probably know what this is, right?
He squints, looks at the vials. Yeah, Amber, I don't know if there is any check I can make.
Alchemist.
No longer an alchemist.
That's rough.
You were an alchemist? What?
Yeah, he was at the beginning.
Yes, I was, and then you showed up. Haha.
Whoa.
Jesus Christ.
Taking the stage
Al-
as it's my
also,
right.
also, if we're gonna talk about the proper kit, that alchemist would also not be the kit you use for this. It's the specific kit that
Poisoners.
uses these.
But also, yeah, there's also specific kit. But, you know,
Okay. Well,
that was the closest I could think to get.
yeah. Okay. No lore or anything that would be applicable here.
Probably if you want information about it, but if you have to recognize it at first glance, I imagine it's more like the
Yeah. Then
toolkit you need.
I don't know what it is. So he shakes his head and is like,
Really? Thought
yeah.
witches would be more. I thought witches would be more knowledgeable.
This is a venom.
Right.
This is serpent's venom. Expensive. 200 gold a pop, these bottles. I had a giant constrictor, a snake that I used to milk this. Guess what? It died during this fucking lockdown.
Imagine telling him that we have like purple porpoise.
So, I was thinking, if we ever get into a fight, I apply one of these on your sword.
Right.
I'm a good guy. I'm not gonna ask you for money for it, even though they cost 200 gold a pop. But you know, just in the interest of working together.
Right.
The reason I'm telling you this is I don't want you to suddenly think I'm fucking your sword up in a fight. You know, giving you a warning in advance.
Yeah, that'd be the last thing you do.
I get it. But, remind you that, I'm not gonna be fighting any wardens, so keep that in mind. So you don't waste your 200 gold.
It's okay, it's actually a sleeping poison. Don't worry about it. Doesn't deal 20d6 damage. Don't worry.
Look, I get you don't want to fight your people. I get it. But if we have to fight, we have to fight. I'm not saying I'm going to use this poison on them. We could use them on the freaky doctor people if that's going to be the case. Just telling you in advance. And look, I know how hard it is to fight family. I've got a big one. Many gnomes. Many different businesses. But sometimes you gotta fight. Even if it sucks.
Well aware.
Anyway, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Flick that thing back.
Alright. Well, you've, made me, informed, I guess.
Thumbs up. My hand trembles a bit. Okay, fine. Just stop sulking. It's really sad.
No.
Just start walking away.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He just,
Stop being a fucking pussy.
I mean, he just
Pussy ass bitch.
looks down at you with, like, apathy on his face. Doesn't say anything.
You see Yogrim recognize none of it. Like,
Oh my
he just
God.
looks at you like, whoa, he just looking at me. But yeah, no, he just kind of like shakes. He's like, yeah, just warned you.
And you fail the test.
Shit sucks. Get over it.
Don't suck shit.
I mean, you can do that too if you want some cool diseases.
Anyway, I'll at that point just try and have a long rest.
Yep, I'll do that too. I'm gonna set up a tiny hut in the in the room.
In
Are
the
we now-
room?
Yeah, if it fits, of course.
Yeah.
You put the tiny hut in Jace's room.
Well, I guess the I would have if the context wasn't this emotionally charged, so I'll avoid doing the autistic thing for once.
What
But that was the plan.
do you mean I'm avoiding the autistic thing for once?
If getting busted by a bunch of wardens, I want an impenetrable dome of force between me and them. But I don't think it's the right time to do that. So yeah, I will not do that for this long rest.
Okay. You may.
Well, I did say that I'm not. But yeah, thank you for allowing
You may not. There you go.
Thank you so much. Alright, and I guess it's long rest time. At least I'm gonna long rest here. Kinda have to now. What do you guys want to do?
Like to me, it suddenly feels like we're staying here, so I'm not sure.
I mean, your Grim still fits in here. I don't think it's a problem. I more wonder the other humans.
Yeah, Yogrim has no problem sleeping here if the hospitality exists.
Mhm.
Yeah, if this is where everyone's staying, then I'm not gonna go on my way to go somewhere else.
Yeah, makes sense.
I will. Victoria will ask Colkin. Yeah, that will just ask him. Like, you think us big ones could hide down in the basement in case the wardens come and knocking on doors?
He looks at you a little bit nervously, but like honestly, the nerves could be from like the fighting that is going on in the background. And he says, "Of course, yeah, of course.
Alright, well, if you...
Don't mind the mess."
I would mind it very much. I should have destroyed our basement now.
I think the mess probably helps. Thanks.
The fucking Lawrence hamster.
It was a fucking great edit, honestly.
That's how I'm going to look at the warden when they come knocking.
They fucking bust. You wake up, you see a fucking 7.8 foot tall woman with a draconic arm looming over you. Good morning. Stare at her.
That meme soundtrack, which just goes like dun 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 dun, and it's like a guy like here's his wife like in the other room, walks into the other room, and it's just a giant spider on like the corner. That's like
Oh no. Oh. I might have done oopsie.
What
I
oopsie
think
speech?
us big probably go somewhere else.
Well, Vittorio is like gonna settle down into the basement.
I think Vincent is not going to settle down too far away from Vittorio for sure.
You mean from his dog?
That's true. His dog. He's got that dog in the house.
I'm going where the dog's
What's
going.
doing?
The dog goes directly to the wardens. What do you do?
I turned myself in.
Wherever the dog is going, I'm going.
And then,
Sorry, brothers, this is it.
The dog goes to jail.
This is it was meant to be.
Very well. Lawrence, where do you want to stay?
I guess I will go to the basement.
Alright. Everyone
Crash.
living in the halfling basement. It's not a very big basement, guys. Like it is. It's gonna be a pile, but you know.
I'm crashing the living room. I'm supposed to be here, so I don't have much to worry about.
I'm supposed to be here. So he like just like free loads of every single house in this town. And they're like, wait, you're not even a fucking halfling.
It's like, oh well, yes I am. I'm just deformed.
Jesus fucking
these
Christ.
long years, my grandmother pulled my ears so much they just stretched out.
It's okay. Colkin also has slightly long ears because he's half halfling.
Halfling.
Yeah, he is literally halfling. He's a gnomeling, so.
So real and true.
What the
Lawrence will
fuck,
turn
Mark?
himself into a little cocoon. Take out his Vasily plushie, turn himself into a little cocoon. Simple
That's
as.
very cute.
Don't speak to me, abomination.
What the fuck?
Oh man!
That's his caster coming out. It's got that little bit of debris left in him.
Yeah, he does. He does.
I've done nothing but help you all. What the fuck?
For
For no payment or anything.
Yeah, a little
Please stop
suspicious.
speaking.
In
I
your
don't
ship,
want your
listen,
help.
that's not true.
You just keep following me home. I'm helping, guys.
I'm helping.
It's the best guys I've heard in a while.
Just because I'm deformed.
Lauren's xenophobia is just coming through.
We learned that from the moment he killed that troll. Actually,
yeah.
he didn't want to kill that troll, I think.
Yeah,
Right, in that
exactly, he did,
case.
yeah.
Time is going to pass.
Monsters are monsters. Simple as.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Lungo resto.
You may finish a long rest.
Oh, huge.
In the bells of Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
This.
Oh, that's wrong, actually. Wrong, nice.
Let's see. Long rest.
Time to get the.
Never mind. Huge. Massive.
Time to get my 3 hit dice back, which might roll a 0 on my healing if I ever need it.
I have recovered all my staff charges. And my spell slots, and then I gotta do this.
Oh, I don't.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, I see that.
Orgasm.
Natural 20.
I had one that I wanted to use on a fucking chromatic orb for 10 d8 damage, but we never got on that in a fight, so no natural.
Yeah.
No natural 20, but to get all my spells rotsu back up. And I think I need to change some of these things.
I'm looking at my private channel.
Yeah. That's the same result.
Oh my Okay.
I want to say I've sent something in private channel, but I just whispered it to Amber.
Yeah, I saw that as well. Don't worry.
Okay.
I have to cope with all of you trying to DM me in private.
Yeah,
Yo, keep me out of that. Get your name out of my mouth. Wait, hold on, let's do it again.
Exactly.
I would never do
Exactly.
Get your name out of my
Brandon.
mouth.
I don't do no DMing.
Yeah,
Brandon,
Brandon never
can-
DMs me. He
can,
doesn't care.
If I want to say something, I'll say it out loud. I got nothing to DM to you.
Well,
Brandon,
okay.
gain 15 max HP.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, good question. Who are you giving them to?
Yeah, do you want me to give it to Jace? She's gonna keep walking around with us. Because normally I give it to you, right? So.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just thinking. Okay. Lawrence will come up to Jace after 8 hours and she's milking somewhere. I don't know.
Jace will come down, like, in the morning, wearing Tokas' clothes.
What is wrong with this feed?
Lawrence,
What's wrong?
may the Star Child guide you on this fine morning.
May your life flourish.
Do not add on to my prayers, please.
I wasn't adding on to it. It's mine. What the fuck? Don't feel so self-important.
I wasn't
Stop
talking
praying.
to you.
I will do to you.
I look at everyone else who didn't speak.
Oh my fucking god!
Of course,
The prayer,
voices.
the initial prayer was not towards you.
The usually cheery halfling is not so much this morning. Well, I guess this evening, but by now you guys are starting to adjust to sleeping in the
Yeah, it's
fucking...
kind of night at this point.
sleeping in the day, like, nightfall will come soon.
So real.
But yeah, Jace has very little to say. She simply makes herself like a drink and sits down at the table.
Tokus will show up a little bit later with new clothes.
Are you wearing her clothes?
No, I'm not wearing her clothes. I'm wearing another set of clothing because I do have
Yeah.
multiple sets of clothing.
This is not an equal relationship.
Of course.
Not even like Jace wears any dresses. She just wears like fucking pants.
That is true.
I was about to say, yeah, probably you don't even notice if they switch guardrobes.
That is not true. Hey,
They look the same. They're
is
basically the
this
same person.
No, you both.
No, yeah, of course.
You both wear studious clothing. I wasn't like meant, and it didn't mean anything by that. But you both wear very studious clothing.
Well, we'd have some
No.
different clothing, like my fucking
There's,
ginormous robes.
Guild guard.
Jace wearing a
Mage
giant blue hat.
Well, I didn't know you had a giant blue hat with you. That's crazy.
It is.
Oh,
pretty
that's
crazy.
actually so cute. She kind of like holds it in front of her, like that is like a picture. Like, wow, that's actually so cute.
Oh yeah, Tokus will come downstairs as well. And give a good morning to everyone and get to breakfast.
That's my little bowl of joy, being able to locate anyone outside, or has anything happened outside? Or Crowley?
Crowley is like kept guard outside, you know, on the gate, and he's definitely seen a bunch of people like pass by. You see numerous images of people like mounted on horseback, patrolling, like passing the streets. There's also like he produces like the excitement emotion and like induces it within you. He really wants to feel what the horse feels like.
Don't go, Crowley. Don't fucking go up the horse.
He also really wants to touch that dragon arm.
Yeah, maybe not that one.
Sad emoji.
Sad emoji.
Morning, folk. Hope y'all can grow and grow.
Yeah. Grow and grow.
Growing's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm sure. Good morning, everyone. Right, breakfast. And turn to Jace. Do you have the tea here, or should we go to the herbalist?
We can get it from the herbalist.
Yeah. Right. Then first stop in the morning. Well, morning.
It's a second herbalist? Damn.
So what's the plan today? Do our plan?
Yeah, sort of. Pay attention to what happens. Jason and I will pass by the herbalist for a moment. We have to get something.
Can I ask something real quick first?
Can I come? Can I come with you?
No, I'm not gonna come.
Please!
I don't need to.
Yeah, what's up?
No, like, okay, I know we're all trying to do good by the ghost, right? Yeah.
That's the purpose.
But, yeah, but if shit goes wrong, we're gonna kill it, right?
I can neutralize the ghost.
And I say this with all the intent to get the ghost its vengeance that it wants, either through these people redemption or whatever. But if it attacks, I imagine the plan is kill it.
Neutralize it. I can neutralize the ghost like I did last night. I can make sure that it doesn't attack anyone and take it down into the woods and talk it out over again. We don't know if the ghost will, if the curse will be removed if we kill the ghost. I could only assume that perhaps it does, but there's no sign that this thing feeds off her existence. If she's no more, then there's nothing that can dispel the curse.
Fair enough. I don't think we should. Whatever the priest said, yeah, I think all these people should redeem themselves or die fucking trying. But I've seen what you guys think, and at one point we might need to outweigh one for the other.
We can get prepared. We have the measurements to make sure that she can't attack other people. We just need to play it smart. Put a blindfold, put some distance in between them. Enough that she can't do anything hurtful before we can stop her.
Look, you seem confident. I'll trust you.
I am.
Yeah, that's why I said I'll trust you.
Oh, sorry, I thought there was a but. There usually comes.
No, I'll trust you.
Well,
You've done no
appreciate-
wrong by me, and well, besides some nasty comments and definitely nasty looks, you haven't seemed to be judging me as much as most others. So
It's not nasty. I'm more concerned for my own.
no, it's nasty. You think it's disgusting. I can see it in your eyes. Don't even lie about it. Be straight with me. I'm not offended.
No, I'm more concerned about the fact that I might catch something if I stay too close. But no, I'm not disgusted.
It's all contained. Don't worry. But look, what I mean is, I appreciate it. And once we get out, I might have a sort of proposition for you.
Of course. Well, we'll think about the proposition when we get out.
Yeah, I'll trust your lead on this.
Thank you, Jürgen. Well, right. So, suppose we need to talk with the priestess first. We need her help to go around town and, well, have other people be convinced that they need to come with us and sort of get to see this ghost. I would wager that not all of us should simply walk around town at all times. Again, they spotted us once. There's nothing to say that they won't spot us again. We can have only a few people walk around town and gather, well, all the villages that we can. And then the rest of us can wait at the tower. Hopefully there isn't any guards. Well, if I think about it, after the whale of last night, they might have put up some security. If there isn't, pray the fates that there aren't, then we can move people in there. Have a talk with Miria, blindfolded one by one. Throughout the night, have them sort of talk to her. See if we can get this long apologetic tour to start and eventually end. And
Okay.
I look at Jace. Do you think your parents would want to come?
I can't speak for my mother.
I understand. I'll try to ask her anyways. Well, I'll ask your dad as well. But we must make sure to see if... Sorry, what was the name of the priestess? It literally escaped my mouth.
Her name is Cyrave.
Cyrave, thank you. We must make sure that Cyrave is okay. Suppose we can wait a little bit more before leaving the house and we can meet her in the middle of the streets. I can contact her from here and ask her if she can simply walk out into the streets and we'll meet at the herbalist now that we're going there.
I want to make sure that she is okay, because in my opinion, this plan kind of hinges on the fact that we have people's trust through the cleric,
through a person they can trust. Yeah, I get that.
Yes, and if she is incarcerated as a result of last night, then we have another problem.
Well, let's hope not. So I guess we can do this. Ta-ta.
Oh, wait.
No,
Real
stops.
Even if she is, not all might be lost. We've got one person that feels remorse, is separated from this entire ordeal, and who people will trust.
That's who?
I look at Jace.
No, that's not gonna work. I mean, as much as I love her, I don't think the people of this town do as much. She has been missing for quite a while. She wasn't there when the thing happened, so...
No, I know, but the thing is, if she's gone and got incarcerated, we gotta rely on Jace.
I think...
She's our best shot at convincing the people.
I don't know about that one.
No, I think we have other best shots. I think Mr. Kalkin would be our best shot. He's a believer of Derlin, and if he truly believes that they can be forgiven by Miria, then he is one of the villagers that was here when it happened. And if we can have him, of course, as long together with Cyrif, convince the rest of the townsfolk, then we can make some good. Now we should make sure that the priestess is okay. I'm going to cast Sending. I will use my rhetorical Sending. I will clack my heels together and cast the spell and say, "Good evening, Cyrif. If you can hear me and you are in safe conditions, Jace and I will be at the herbalist in 15 minutes. Pray for you to meet us there."
There is a moment of silence. And then you get a reply. So would you say that I'm under house arrest then?
I don't think she needs to speak the words out loud to communicate. I think it's mental
It's
communication.
possible she doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't know doesn't know how the spell works.
That makes sense.
And there's somebody in the room with her.
Lucas throws around. Well, we've lost a person. She's on house arrest.
Okay, then I really think we should rely on Jace, but still.
I have a suggestion as well.
Should it?
There's also the question of the body. I prayed much of last night and was able to, and was granted the miracle of a ceremony of atonement, which I could perform.
That's a good thing to know. That will be useful.
Yes, I'll also need all the holy water you guys have because it's yes.
Oh, lol, that's good news.
Yeah, I can make some more, but in the event we are forced into a confrontation, I would rather use our existing supplies than spend
And how much holy water would you need for this ceremony?
Just a single use. If you have a vial, then that allows me to do it 5 times.
Is it per person?
Technically, I've never done it in a group, but we could potentially do it with a group of people if we were all linking hands together.
Well, we're looking into having one-on-ones, so either we find the endless fountain of holy water, or I think our supplies are gonna run very quickly out.
Yeah, well, Victoria puts... Oh, huh?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Victoria puts a full flask of holy water on the table. Doesn't say anything really. Sit down and closes his bag again.
Yeah, that's not gonna last us for the entire village.
Thank you, Tony. I could try with one person, and I could see if that would work.
I suppose.
There's also potentially finding her the remains.
Did Cyrus tell you where they are?
She was a little bit She was not in a state where she could provide very coherent answers.
I understand
And
that.
I thought it best to give her some time to rest first before we go pressing her.
Yes, well, I suppose we'll have to go on without worrying about the remains for a while. Today we should try and begin gathering some people. Have a first attempt at, well, bringing them towards Miria and see if the, atonement works. You can attempt your spell, but again, even if it works, I doubt we'll have enough supplies for the entire village.
I'll need a worthy volunteer.
I may have one in mind. And did Jace's parents already wake up?
Mm-hmm.
Are they here with us?
I mean,
Jason's mom isn't.
her mom is definitely avoiding you guys.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll go find Colkin if he's somewhere around the house.
Mm-hmm.
And when I get to him, I'll say, good, I'd say morning, but really quite isn't. How have you been faring, Mr. Dudley?
Dudley. That's her last name.
Things go as they go, I suppose. He does not make eye contact.
Yeah, I understand. That's one way to say it, that's for sure. I remember you said to us when we arrived that you believed Darlene had abandoned you. And, well, I guess the cat is sort of out of the bag after last night. But a thing that we didn't get the chance to say is that we know how to fix the situation. We know how to, bring the sunlight back to Thornmire and to reconcile the villagers with Darlene. We know why she's upset, and I guess we both understand why.
Yeah.
But
Y'all suck.
we need your help to make sure that this curse is lifted and the village can make peace with Darlene again.
But how will we make peace with ourselves?
It's not with yourselves that you need to make peace. Well, no, my apologies. It sort of is. But the weaver of the curse is in the people of Thornmire. It's the person that suffered from it. We have met with Mrs. Miria in the tower. And, suffice to say that she's plenty upset. Rightfully so, I would wager. And her prayers were listened to Darlene. Whom, I suppose punished the rest of the village for what happened. But dwelling on your mistakes is pointless now. And regretting your choices is only eating away at you. And, I don't mean literally, but the entire village is suffering from this because of the regret that you all feel. To lift this curse, and I would also wager to make peace with yourself, you'll need to make peace with Mrs. Miria. We talked to her, and she awaits in the town. We managed to see through her own eyes. Oh, there we go, sorry. We managed to see through her own eyes what happened that day. And she told us that she'd lift the curse once the people of the village atoned for their sin, for the injustice that was committed.
How can we atone?
First, before all that, I need to know, do you think it was an injustice?
Of course.
And Togus kind of sits down with him.
You see the little this up close. You can see the little, almost like spider web of red lines that cascade across the whites of his eyes.
Mhm.
He probably hasn't slept much.
Then you need to seek forgiveness from Mrs. Miria and to Darlene. You know, I wasn't a man of God myself until I, stumbled upon some incredulous things. This is one of them, of course, a divinity weaving a curse for her followers that misbehaved, I suppose. Very ironic in a way. But there's nothing to laugh at now. If you wish to atone, then it's not simply through words but through actions. We want to take some of the villagers each night across the river and into the tower. And there they will meet with Mrs. Miria. We'll arrange everything in a way that no one gets hurt. Make sure that no one can get hurt. But also in a way where you can talk with her. Person to person, alone. And let out your heart. And seek forgiveness for her. Because you're not only talking, you won't only be talking to Miria, you will also be talking to Darlene. In a way, she listens. She listened to her, and she will listen now. But we need your help. We need people to believe in this, that they can be redeemed and they can atone for what they've done. And the curse can be lifted. Many won't believe us through our words alone. We already talked to Mrs. Ireve, but she's on house arrest from the Slayers now. Sadly, she won't be able to get out. But maybe if you help us convince some of the villagers, then the word will be able to spread. And we'll be able to bring eventually all of them to Miria and have the curse be lifted.
He nods, looking down at his hands, which are laid across his lap. He might be turned inward, but the nod he gives you is resolute.
Mm-hmm. Lucas stands up, and he puts a hand on his shoulder, and one in his hand, because I guess he sort of kneels down again. I know in church, priests always make you bow your head to the divinity you pray to, but I think you'll be able to forgive yourself a lot more if you start looking up and, not down. That's mostly a, mindset sort of thing, kind of like an attitude. But nonetheless, there is hope. There's hope that all of this can be undone. Well, not undone, but somewhat forgiven. We'll start with tonight. We'll go out for a bit, and if you can come with us, we'll try to get some of the people from the village and take them to the tower.
Vulcan Dudley, used to seeing the floor and his feet, or the wall, slowly cranes his head up at you and meets your eyes with eyes blue as the skies. You're right.
Give him a smile.
We've stuck our head in the proverbial sand long enough.
That's the right attitude. There you go. And he stands up and holds out a hand.
He slowly reaches out and like there's a moment of hesitation, but then he takes it.
As he takes it, he'll flash him another smile. Trust me, I'm no man of God, but I have met one. I know that they can forgive. And yeah, I'll help him stand up, and I'll go downstairs and inform of the others that Culkin will help us out. Right, well, I suppose the first stop can be the herbalist. We could go there, begin with them, and slowly trudge around town. How many people are in this town? I thought I mentioned many, but then I sort of turned to Jace.
3,000.
5,000 halflings.
There were only 5 billion before the plague, and now I think they're diminished to half.
In total, there are 87.
Okay.
Jesus, we're not gonna be able to do that. We're gonna be here a month.
We're gonna be here a while.
It's gonna be a few days for sure.
Gabe, that's not a few days. If you take just 5 each time, that is what, 10, 15,
Damn, that's
16.
Are you taking 5 every single night or every single time?
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, I would say at least out of character, you need to do multiple trips each night, because otherwise it's not
we can do multiple trips each night. We go 8 hours. In 8 hours, we can bring like 5 at a time. And sort of have them reconvene at the tower, have their atonement, have it last an hour or so, and
then we go, round him up, and then the next group comes in, like following Vittorio, who's holding a little red flag over his head.
if we do 8 people an hour for a night, in 2 or 3 days we're done.
Is that what you guys want to do?
We're gonna have to do that because the other option is just not feasible.
The other option is to bring Myriad to their houses, but we have less control of the environment and if we can organize this thing.
I was arguably thinking, like, not do that, but literally just take one night that we gather everyone up in the forest where people can still walk because we walk there, like literally as a big group, and do it in one go. Bam.
How are we moving 87 people out of this town without anyone batting an eye?
No, we're not moving them out of town. Like, we
polymorph them all into snails.
No, like
in the forest, it'll still look suspicious from the slayers that are patrolling the city.
Yeah, but like in principle, if we did that, right, in an organized fashion, people are inside anyway a lot of the time.
No, they're outside because at night it's the only time they can go around. So if all the 87 people in the town go missing for like 30 minutes, an hour, with these patrols that we now have put up because they're on high alert, they will notice that they're gone.
Yeah, but like even if we do 20 a time, which is not a lot, like sure, 1/4 sounds like a lot, but in such a small town, you're not going to notice 20 people not walking around. You could bring them all in an organized fashion. If we plan this right, like here, 20 people each time, we're done in one night.
But why is it a problem to take a few more?
What did you say?
Why is it a problem to take a few more nights to make it more secure?
It's like, it's not a quote-unquote problem, it's more of a, I don't think we should count on having many more nights here, because we are going to discover.
Yeah, each night we're here, we're going to run more and more risk of being discovered.
Like,
It's true, but
they know people are here. At first they thought there was maybe like 1 or 2 people. Now they probably know there's multiple people. They know that the priestess somehow helped us, even though she didn't really, but that's what they think. And they know that we are probably hiding somewhere in the village.
Yeah, but like what I mean is, even if we take 20 people at a time, that's 1/4 of the village gone. Plus, we need to have this. We could have them. I mean, yeah, we could have more of them at a time.
Like if you plan this right, you do it either the first half hour of dusk, after dusk, or the first half hour before dawn.
It doesn't take enough hour. We can't do that.
Or hour. Like it's about the principle that you do it in the first hour when people are either going to bed or go to sleep, so that it's not super suspicious.
No,
that
but
there's less people.
Is that they're missing. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's my point. If you do it in the first hour of dusk or the last hour before dawn, there's already going to be way less people on the streets because people are going to be in.
It defeats the purpose of making sure the ghost doesn't immediately ghastly visage all of them and kills them.
I'm like, what if you just tell them to bring a blindfold? Like, literally, that's just a piece of cloth.
Are you convincing all of the 87 people that there's an actual myriad ghost in front of them if they can't see it? We're talking about peasants that ended up burning a person because someone told them to. These are desperate people. They're not going to believe anything.
You're going to have to do that anyway with either of the plans.
No, you don't. That's why we do them one by one in the church or in the tower. Because, first of all, they can have a deeper connection and atonement with this woman, and they can do it in private. Second of all, we have them on a blindfold, but also we can help them if something happens on a single person. And if a casualty happens, it's only one. It's not 87. That's the point.
I mean, I get it, but I don't think we're going to have the time
visage.
In that
a timer on ourselves that isn't there. I think we have enough time to avoid them. We can take, as you said, 20 at a time is a harder amount, but it's feasible. We can take 20 at a time, bring him into the tower, and in 2 hours per group, we're done. And we've covered basically all the entirety of the town.
Yeah, no, that's fine too. How are you going to get them underwater? Think about it.
Well, I imagine there's a way to reach the tower, right? How did Jace get over the tower?
There's like a little dock, there's just a little skip boat that you can use to go across.
Yeah, there you
go. Like various parts. Because what the fishermen are used to doing before the quarantine, now they're only allowed to fish here in the river, is they take the boat and then they go out onto the lake there, which is the big lake, which is full of fish.
Yeah, we can make a bridge with the boat and have them come into the tower. I like the idea of doing it all at once, like at dusk or at dawn, where it's sort of harder to figure out where the fuck all the halflings went. But the problem is one mistake can kill them all. Here the damage is contained, and it's not 100% certain that simply bringing them in front of her is going to fix the problem. That's why we're trying to have them have a deeper engagement with this ghost, like on a I brought the idea of a confessional, even though it's really not a confessional.
No, like I understand exactly what you mean. It's just we're taking 4 smaller risks, and if we like with the 4 smaller risks, if she does ghostly visage, right? In any of those 4 scenarios, all the other villages are also fucked, because at that point we're not going to be able to escape these wardens, I think.
No, well, what I think is that's why I wanted to do small groups of like 5 people. Is the tower outside of the walls of the village? Remember?
Technically, no.
Yeah, so the halflings are kind of allowed to be there. So the biggest problem is the ghost killing people, and we can avoid that if we can contain the amount of people exposed to the ghost each time.
Wait! I might have a stupid but maybe brilliant idea.
Let me hear the stupid but brilliant idea.
If they're allowed to be at the tower, right?
Yeah.
Why not all convince them to pray there, so that we don't have to do it secretly? If everyone goes there, right? If everyone goes there to pray, we take the ghost and we put her upstairs, right? Because the tower has a second floor. I remember seeing that on the map because I was blinded by the second floor because I couldn't see under it. Mm-hmm. So we put her in, and she hears the confessions. We guide the things. We tell them about the sins. Lawrence could probably even do that because Lawrence is a trustworthy guy. He's wings. And we get someone, and we can have all these halfling under a non-suspicious gathering of them all redeeming themselves to their god. Which
here's the problems. Number one, making it public attracts the attention of the slayers that are currently through town. So they will probably try to investigate this thing because these people have been avoiding this tower like the plague. If one day, out of no reasons, the day after they found that there are some intruders in the village, all the halflings suddenly decide, yeah, we should go to this tower that we thought was cursed before, but for some reason we changed our minds. There will be at least a few slayers, and if the ghost appears, the slayers will hunt the ghost. If we appear, the slayers will try to trap us.
fair enough. I just trying to think of this in the most efficient, non-risky way possible.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm trying to calculate all the possible risks. I think the 20 people at a time is the best shot we have, really. And we don't have all of us going through town. Most of us can stay at the tower, and the one of us to look gnomish or halflingish can wander through town and act like we're doing shit and slowly send people through the bridge. And eventually, once we got our 20th member, we go over as well, and we have the atonement happen.
I think if we're doing that, you need to stay at the tower. This sounds like I want you to go convincing, but I feel like you or Lawrence are the only ones that this ghost will be okay with.
Yeah, well, the point is the atonement begins once all the 20 people are there. So what we do is we gather the people at the tower, 20 people. Once those are gathered, you, I, and Jace come back, and then we have the ceremony. We have it go in by one. Once that's done, we have them go out into the town again, one by one. So there's not a big mass of halflings all going back into the village. And we go out with them and get the next 20 people.
No, I agree, but like someone's got to chill with the ghost. Like someone's got to convince. Yeah, that's kind of my point. Either you or Lawrence needs to make sure this ghost stays calm.
Because he has nowhere other place to go. They just like Vittorio.
I can babysit the ghost. I will say though, there is still a giant crow monster kind of skulking about, eating people and stringing them up.
Yeah,
so.
there is. I'm hoping it stays in the forest. I don't want to lie.
Yeah.
And there's three of us as well. Like there's two of us, Tokus and me. Yeah. Okay, I think I can get behind this plan. Let's plan it. Let's do it.
All right. So what we're gonna do, Amber, is first of all, Jason and I have to go to the herbalist and get some tea.
It's gonna be the herbalist, like herbalist, apprentice. Because
apprentice, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, well, the herbalists are dead.
That makes yikes.
I was about to say, like, when you said you were going to the herbalist,
herbalists already. Jesus Christ, this poor guy.
Yeah, like, isn't the herbalist like burned alive?
Yeah, it was the herbalist, and then the guy who was her raised child, basically. And now they have, I guess, the apprentice of the apprentice.
Yeah, tough shit, honestly. But yeah, the plan for this night, so we'll try to do it all in one night, is to go around town, talk with some people, and convince them to go to the tower one by one. Once we get the 20th person to join Yorgrim, Jace, and I, and Culkin, I guess, we're gonna go all together in the little dock and reach the tower, and we'll begin with the first 20 people to sort of have these kind of underhanded ceremony, and then we'll repeat it again.
That is fine. We're gonna go into a skill challenge.
I love skill challenges. I need to prepare my spells for this morning.
We're gonna prepare for a skill challenge.
I think I know this spell.
But first, you guys can do your spell stuff and whatnot. First, we're gonna have a 15-minute break for me to go get my print from my printer and also prepare something to drink.
Alright, let's do this.
How am I going to convince Amber to let me roll a diagnosis check to convince these people to go to Darlene?
Show them the diagrams. Show,
here a bit.
easy, show them the.
Look, this is your.
You think that they understand that?
I was about to say, what are they going to.
Most of the time, when a doctor speaks in a very elevated lingo, which usually is just a show off for their studies, people tend to believe you because you say words in Latin that no one understands. So it's sort of like a persuasion, but with your knowledge of the biology of these people.
So while I was going to actually try for something like that, I was more going to flavor it of like, yes. After my studies in this town, like you know, because I'm a doctor, which I've told many of you, which is why you've probably let me stay in your house for one night, I have confirmed that this is clearly a curse that was brought upon you by the god you've abandoned. The only cure to see the sun again is your forgiveness.
Explode!
Well, we are going to take a little break, so we will be back in a little while. Make sure to drink.
I hear the echoes of victory in field won before time, when battles draw so near. You will feel the same in war. Below is the battle, below one before, and the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before, memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. I hear the echoes of victory in field won before time, when battles draw so near. You will feel the same in war. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. The battle below one before, and the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle below one before, and the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle below one before, the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle below one before, the memory stays ever so skies on our foes come so close to eternity. Our shields are ready, the gods are watching the downfall of humanity. All the species are gone. The silent of the sea, she has her memory. I am the king of war. Ship must thank for the sky is on our foes come so close to eternity. Our shields are ready, the gods are watching the downfall of humanity. All the species are gone. The silent of the sea, she has her memory. I am the king of war. The silent of the sea, she has her memory. I am the king of war. The silent of the sea, she has her memory. I am the king of war. I hear the echoes of victory in field won before time, when battles draw so near. You will feel the same in war. Below is the battle, below one before, and the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before, and the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before, the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before, the memory stays ever so bitter. I hear the echoes of victory in field won before time, when battles draw so near. You will feel the same in war. Below is the battle, below one before, the memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before, the memory stays ever so bitter. the bard or below one before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle below and before. Memories days ever so bitter. Below is the battle below and before. Memories days ever so bitter. Below is the battle below and before. Memories days ever so bitter.
In the darkest of nights, an Arkhonian tale unfolds. A quest to rewrite destiny, when fortunes have already been foretold. A divider with blood of old seeks answers this world may hold. A bond with a shadowy past seeks not but bonds that will last. The sorcerer's fate, sealed in before birth, seeks his means to save this earth. Bound by ancient lore, they search the imperialist passage. We sail on wings of starlight and hope to the ancient clothing our dungeon masters every troll. With courage in our hearts before it is too late. We are the Stargazers, forging our own fate. Now remain two fighters, whose paths to freedom align. With futures they seek to undermine, the dark elf as pale as snow holds a bloodline of which none may know, and one of that which is so twice over. What destiny will he conquer? Bound by ancient lore, they search the imperialist passage. We sail on wings of starlight and hope to the ancient clothing our dungeon masters every troll. With courage in our hearts before it is too late. We are the Stargazers, forging our own fate. Bound by ancient lore, they search the imperialist passage. We sail on wings of starlight and hope to the ancient clothing our dungeon masters every troll. With courage in our hearts before it is too late. We are the Stargazers, forging our own fate.
Ship must anchor, the sky is on our foes. Come so close to eternity, our shields are ready, the gods are watching the downfall of humanity. All the species are gone. The silence of the sea, she has her memory. I am the king of war. I hear the echoes of victory in field one before time, when battles draw so near. You will feel the same in war. Below is the battle, below one before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before. Memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. I hear the echoes of victory in field one before time, when battles draw so near. You will feel the same in war. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below and before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before. The memory stays ever so bitter. Below is the battle, below one before. The memory stays ever so bitter.
Hello, we are back after
Hello.
a extended break.
Hey.
It
Hello.
is time.
I welcome
to run.
everyone back. It's
We're
time
back.
to do some cracked up planning, right? We're gonna do a skill challenge.
Skill challenge. Yeah, I already know what I'm gonna do.
Can I go first?
You want to go first?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, very well.
Fine,
Starting on our little adventure of today, the party wants. Get rid of that music. I'm gonna play this one instead. The party hopes to pull a sneaky one by moving 87 halflings and half gnomes in and out of the village.
I love how she
Without being
pictures it
spotted.
horribly. Yeah. Thank you, Amber.
What do you mean?
Nothing to worry about.
What do I picture horribly?
No, nothing to worry.
Amber, I think your descriptions are perfectly fine. I think calling them horrible is maybe a little harsh.
I mean, he thinks that I'm a really bad DM, so.
Horrible. Yeah, 100%.
Your treatment of me is deplorable.
Yeah, of course.
You know what? Today's opposite day, so it's actually adorable.
The fuck?
That is how that works. I promise.
Yeah, I guess
Of course.
that's the opposite.
Anyway, Lawrence,
Anyways.
you want to go first. What is your role going to be in this operation?
I would like to look at the head slayer like the hamster Lawrence and say, "Can we just be
Scythe.
friends?"
Wait, you're gonna go up to Scythe?
What?
No.
Oh.
Okay, he was joking. He was just.
Yeah, that's the reference to hamster Lawrence.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'm gonna be babysitting the ghost, and I'm going to basically be attempting to put the ghost in a
Vegetative state.
Put the ghost into like a state where kind of like it understands what is around it and what is happening, but like it's not. It's not gonna fucking murder the first person who comes in. It's like basically put the ghost in a good mood.
Okay, how are you gonna appease to a ghost?
Well, from what I understand, this ghost is kind of also this dark. Not dark. This also kind of in part another entity, which is the Star Unicorn. And so I was thinking that maybe like some sort of religious like song might calm the ghost into kind of like a more placated state of mind.
She's also a hedge mage.
Yeah, she's a druid.
Yeah, she's a druid.
No, she's a hedge mage.
A druid mage.
Oh yeah, she's a hedge mage.
Hench mage.
These are not the same thing.
She's a mage of the hedge.
Yeah. Basically,
yeah.
Does she cast spells with hedges?
Yeah.
Or spell or hedge
Wall of
flavors.
Thorns.
Her favorite movie is Over the Hedge.
Cure wounds, just turn your wound into a hedge.
Nice. Really know what that means, but yeah.
You have no power against my hedge-based magic.
I've got the perfect.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what singing has to do with hedging.
It has
Nothing,
nothing
don't worry.
to do with hedging. She's just a hedge mage.
Way to get me.
The hedge mage / divinity. I will placate it with singing. Because
Give me a singing check.
Yeah. I would like to cast guidance on myself as well.
Starchild does feel empathy. Okay. That's one.
Empathy.
Who's next?
I can
I
go.
want to singing.
Sorry, you wanted to take diagnosis, right, Mark?
Yeah, well, The thing I'm planning on doing, I've thought about it very hard, and I don't know how.
The decision. Else, I'm gonna go next. I just want to know.
Oh well, I wanted to be a scarecrow. I wanted to lead people to you, because I'm not the guy to talk to. I wanted to lead people to you, and I'll do that by making them think I'm the most disease-ridden rat they can find, aka Operation Scarecrow.
Okay.
Stab them with hallucinogenics.
Like literally as if I'm like a guidance dog. I'll just, if I see people like walk this way and Laura and Tokas and Jace are like talking here, I'll just start dying here in the middle of the street. So people are kind of forced to move this way.
What the fuck? Is it an acting check?
Okay, I'm not very good at it, but I'm also genuinely experiencing these things, Amber.
Well, that's nice. I'll keep it in mind.
Okay, all right.
Mine.
1.
My fucking god. My brother, of all the 52 skills we have, you have to choose the one you have a -3 in.
Well, I don't know what it was.
I think there's not enough options for skills. Amber, can you make another 52?
You could have chosen.
Okay, I'm gonna break acting up into 2 skills.
Mark, what is your highest bonus?
Intelligence for +4.
He's a wizard. Yeah, he is
Although then it is a
Well, like
+2,
for a skill.
+1. Oh, diagnosis. But I feel like this was more in character.
Yeah, but what is it? I'm just
+7.
+7
+7
is my highest.
I'm now going to perish.
But basically, I wanted to make people move around me, and I imagine the failed acting check is not that it's not believable, but that I'm way too focused, that I'm actually starting to die, and that's my problem.
It's just the Orgrim he's having a coffee.
Start choking on my own vomit.
After this incredible feat, I'd like to make an appraisal check, specifically to prepare for this entire organization. I would like to pick out the people that we're bringing in. And with that, I mean bring in people that usually hang around in different parts of the village, so we don't take out clumps of people, and select individuals in a way that arouses less and less suspicion by having them spread out throughout the town when we go take them. Sort of, so that it doesn't feel like people are noticing from one part of town all of a sudden.
I will allow it.
Thank you. I will use inspiration to grant myself advantage. 26.
Very good.
Yeah. I looked at the D4 from the guidance, I looked at you check, and I'm like, that's the same number. But yeah, that's me. That's my check.
Very well. You've picked a couple of individuals and you sent Yogrim after them, but we all know how that turns out.
Yeah.
With a warden pulling like Yogrim's tongue out of his mouth, because they're afraid he's choking on it or something.
I'm a distraction, guys. It's working.
No, it's not.
Yogrim actually died.
Then we need Vincent and Vittorio. I don't know if.
Yeah, but we're not allowed to actually be with people, are we? They're not supposed to know we're here.
Nah, that's true. I mean, I guess you can. I mean, this is not just carrying the people. This is also executing the ceremony.
Hey, yeah, okay, hey, Brandon. You know what? Hear me out, buddy. You can fulfill your destiny and be a ferryman.
I was about to say, is he gonna be Carol the ferryman?
Yeah, but I thought I'm not supposed to be seen.
I mean, yes,
By the
but
Slayers, but not by
Invisible
the people.
ferryman.
You're not supposed to be seen by the Slayers. It's fine if the people of the village see you, and we don't want Slayers at the border where we have the tower, so technically it's fine.
yeah, and Vittorio is lurking around the riverbank so that whenever a group arrives, he's gonna try and remove tracks leading towards the river.
Yeah, I guess I'll be the muscle for the ferry. That's a fair point. I will use my halberd as an oar.
They cast invisibility on you and they put a couple of tattered cloths over you.
Oh my god.
I'll use my oar as a halberd. I mean, well.
Cast Seed, make him look like a fucking fire giant.
What?
No, I don't have seeming out swift up on drop.
Now, Harrigan.
Sure.
Alright. Make me an exert check, Vincent.
Push!
It's gonna be a nat 20.
I mean,
Oh,
applings are not that heavy,
Oh my
so.
fucking god.
I'm not particularly strong.
Yeah,
so-
well,
Bro,
like,
bro,
fate,
Vincent's
right?
almost as strong as
Yeah,
Jorgrim.
I do have fate. I will be fated in this endeavor. That's great.
My god!
Well, it was fated to be, I guess. Maybe you aren't, Carol.
Paris, I need you to succeed in this row.
Vittorio will be lurking about near the riverbank, and then whenever a halfling group arrives, he will double back and try to make it so that the tracks are in fact not leading towards the river. Make a concealment check. I will be using. I will be using an inspiration. And a vigor die
Massive bonuses there.
to try and make sure it's concealment. That
Oh, big!
Ooh!
Receive roll. The
inspiration.
like inspiration was good.
And I would have been really sad with that one. And this is this use
Ooh,
24 in total. That does
concealment check.
bring up the average. Actually, it's a skill challenge, so I guess it's successes and not average.
How I imagine we have 3-2 right now.
Hopefully.
22 was a failure from Lawrence. Sorry.
But yeah, Victoria's been. Danny's been covering up tracks for a couple of days now around these spots, so I guess he's just pretty used to it now. Knows how it is supposed to look undisturbed.
He has a nose for these things.
Did that subtract and die automatically? Yes, it did. Good.
All right. Coming back around. As things get held up on the shore just a little bit because Vincent is struggling to lug all these halflings around. They're a lot heavier than they look.
Oh yeah, they're thick. That's true.
I mean, they
They're
do
not-
condense. They do condense. The
All the food.
a lot of food into their black hole stomachs. So it's only fair. Who's next?
I'd like to go again. As I've hung across this world as I cough and I'm dying, still probably held by the warden. Very nice warden, this person. I'll eventually thank him, and I would like to essentially use my diagnosis skill to convince and diagnose people that what they are carrying is a curse bestowed upon them by the god, and the only way they can do so is by repenting at the fallen and honestly disheveled temple that once belonged to her.
Big.
Very
Basically,
well.
using a lot of medical speak.
Yeah, you can. Overwhelm them. Okay, go ahead. This is diagnosis
Oh,
fast talking.
very
For
nice.
sure.
As Jorgrim is just there,
Very
like,
You're gonna die!
Oh no.
But the
like-
sun is not yet out.
Yeah, I was about to say. That's okay. We can just push them into a fireplace and see. Happens this anyways. I'd like to make. Oh,
What is it?
I just saw a bunch of lights turn off. I'd like to make a theology check.
Actually, the
to
ambient
help-
light just went off. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a theology check to help with the confessions. I'm not a priest, but I have studied enough of religion to hate it with a passion and know about it. So I know how to perform these rituals, even though I don't like them.
Okay.
Right. I'll be.
Did you cast any spells today? Oh yeah, I see here. Bram's Fortune. Okay.
I've cast a Bram's Fortune, and that refreshed also my first level slot of mage armor. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. So, anyways, theology, bam. There you go. The two gnomes are matching. That's me and Mark. What about the rest?
Oh,
Let me see what we have here.
what else can I do?
You're good at observation, right?
I mean, yeah.
Do you want to like take a look, make sure that slayers don't approach when we're having our ritual, for example?
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Wait, can we make another check?
Yeah, we're.
We make 2 checks.
Until you make enough successes or failures.
I hate
Yeah,
that.
we don't know what the number is.
DC is, yeah.
I'm happy to contribute. Once you're done.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Victoria will. Yeah. Also, he will be on the lookout then. Let's see how that goes with observation.
Big numbers. That 20 flat there.
That is
Almost.
perfectly average.
Do you have a fate point?
I do. I should.
I can grant you my last inspiration if you want.
Sure, yeah, I can re-roll with that.
There you go.
Well,
That's all better.
What's this thing? What did you want to do, White?
I didn't ask for another roll.
Oh, that's true. You did not.
But you also didn't ask us to stop, so I guess that's also true.
Yeah.
So,
This is you a little sassy.
yeah, that's true. I'm just saying.
Right. So since Amber didn't ask us to stop, I will.
Oh, no.
Lawrence is going to.
Explode.
Shut
in
up is what he's
confetti.
going to do.
No.
A general hubbub hangs over Thornmire. Weeks of steadfast life in the dark has been shaken up. And a bit of clamoring and rumor is spreading like a wildfire through the tiny town. Groups of people, most of them short, some tall, creep through the underbrush between houses, dock into the boats, and disappear off towards the edge of town where none dare to tread. The wardens take note of the excitement. But find themselves held up by victims expressing severe symptoms of what may or may not be a plague or something else contagious.
What the fuck?
Over at the tower, things occasionally get tense. Group after group of tiny, frightened halflings are brought before a spirit their size, sure, in stature, but not in its power. It looms in its frightening coldness and speaks to them quietly. When each and every single halfling throws themselves before the ghost, and they give their recount of events. They repent in their own ways. And they all leave white as a sheet. Further adding to the rumor mill that is now spinning at full speed. But you remain diligent, covering tracks, hauling boatloads full of people up and down for hours, distracting those you need to distract, convincing by employing the townspeople's own against them. You've chosen the right targets, the ones that will go easiest, and that will make the others follow. And set the tiniest, shyest little halfling of them all upon them. How could they possibly resist?
Yes.
Those who give a little bit of difficulty are quickly to fall in line when they hear just how bad their condition has gotten, and that they won't have long until the moon too will start burning them. And that the only way is to go to the tower and seek forgiveness. And sure, halflings are good at talking about a lot of things, but taking on guilt is not always an easy thing to talk about. And some of them have not prayed in quite some time either, afraid of what repercussions that might bring, afraid of the emotional outbursts that Cybrave would go through at the mention of Darlene. But that's okay, there's some helpful individuals here who have read a book once, at least, on how to pray. And so, under observant eyes and empathic hearts, this organization, this plan, unfolds. Repentance does not come in the shape of just an apology. Each halfling is sent away with a task only they know. But by night's end, the last of the halflings are filing away from the tower. Among them, perhaps the most guilty of them all, who had the longest talk of them all. The one that required the most guidance. Cyrave does not get back on the boat, but she instead remains on the little dock outside the tower, alone with her thoughts. The halflings of Thornmire will see the sun again.
A very modest woohoo because we did it at least half the part. Oh, well, we fixed the curse. Now we have to break the quarantine.
Feels good to have done a good deed once.
Well, I suppose that's true. Well, that's a good question, Ember. Were you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry,
So
I just
what's
saw-
next?
Well, what's next is I will contact the Queensberry Lodge. I will tell them that the halflings have been cured by us, but that we can't leave or can't remove the quarantine set by the state on our own. We hold no political power and we can't legally say that these people are cured. What we can do is hope that someone with more influence than us does.
What about the doctors?
That's a different question. First, we worry about the quarantine, then we worry about the doctors. I'm not sure what you want to do with them.
There's the squids.
Yeah, we haven't quite figured out. I was thinking of talking to them, actually.
Ah, well.
Maybe not all of them, but maybe the head doctor of their group. I was thinking of trying to actually simply ask them. We do a lot of espionage work and clue gathering, but rarely we ever confront our troubles directly, so maybe it's good to hear the other side of the story. We know that this guy has done some human experiments, so we know he's not a nice guy. But I've heard plenty of bad guys doing things for a good cause.
I also know plenty of good guys doing really shitty things for a good cause.
Oh yeah, 100%. I kind of want to talk to him. I want to see what's his deal. I don't want to cast any judgments before I know what's happening. The doctors aren't a fundamental problem with Thornmire. I don't believe they've infected anyone with creatures. We haven't seen it, at least. We should probably do a check once all of this is over. I think we could have a civil conversation about what we found. The thing is going to go two ways. Either we tell them all we know about them and they're going to attack us, and then I guess the problem solves itself. Or they are reasonable enough to have a conversation, and then we can maybe not have to kill people. As long as I've adventured and slain monsters left and right, I do feel remorse in putting down someone's life, even if I don't know what they're up to or why.
By the way, did the ghost actually rest? Like, we put everyone in front of them, but they actually, like...
I imagine Miria will come to rest once everyone has accomplished their own tasks, and she will be able to find peace. Why are you laughing like that?
We should check in on her, though.
We should probably go check.
we should check in on her just to be sure, unfinished business and all.
We should probably go back to the tower every now and then, go visit. I mean, I'd wait here maybe a day or so more. Make sure that she's gone and rested.
You gonna roll an egg roll, by the way?
Yeah, for tomorrow.
Well, it is tomorrow.
Well, is it not? Oh, well, I guess the night is gone. Yeah, true.
It does go.
Really excited about that egg, aren't you?
No, I'm just excited. Almost Helial.
50. Almost. Where is my...
338.
Yeah. But yes, we have 2 more steps to face. Step 2 is removing the quarantine. Step 3 is confronting the doctors. I imagine having a physical confrontation with them would be easier outside of town. I think if we start a fight in the middle of the church, first of all, we'll damage the church. Second of all, we'll still have slayers on our tails. I mean, they are hired by the doctors.
Haven't checked the other trees.
I fail to see how checking them now will help us, but we can. It doesn't hurt. Suppose the less time we spend in the village, the less chance we'll be found. Yeah, if it helps you, we can of course do that. Go check them out. Maybe there are some other clues, and again, the less time we spend in town, the less chance we'll get spotted or found.
It'll basically be impossible to get the doctors out to beyond the forest, right? They're not going to want to just meet us out there.
Well, the forest is large, and we are not many. It's going to be hard for them to track us all the way there.
No, I mean as in, if we're going to, well, eventually probably end up having to fight these doctors to remove them from here, we're not going to be able to fight them anywhere but in the church. Why would they ever want to leave?
Well, that's the point. If we manage to lift the quarantine, and quite literally have them legally removed from this area because their business is done, I was thinking of confronting them on the road. They belong to Lizak. That's where the doctor had his experiments mostly. So, if we manage to pull the right strings and have the quarantine removed, the slayers will be evacuated, and the doctors will, well, leave. That I hope.
I just don't see why they would just decide to, get up and go. They still have this place completely under control, and they own it, basically.
Well, that's the thing, they don't own it. The Empire owns it. They work for the Burek Empire, and if we can get the Burek Empire, or at least the Heartkeepers, to state that this is no quarantine zone anymore, then we can, well, we can't really do much, but I would imagine that the doctors will be forced to leave.
Going to take several days first to even get a message. Sure, you can send a message to the councilman from the Winsbury Lodge, and then he can send the message to the Heartkeepers.
I can send a message to the Heartkeepers myself. I can have a conversation with the Councilor and have some words I can spread very quickly. I can send some information to the Heartkeepers already so that things are started by the time that the Councilor's mail arrives. But if anyone else has other plans, I'm open to suggestions.
What I'm trying to get at is that we're gonna have to send a Hearthkeeper or more. That's gonna take time, and when they get here, they're going to want proof that the curse is lifted, and then they're gonna have to contact their people again, and then it's gonna take time.
Bureaucracy takes time, yeah.
We're just going to let that doctor keep doing what he's doing until then.
Again, I have no idea what he's actually doing. Well, we have no idea what he's actually doing. But I'm open to suggestions if anyone else has any other idea.
Kill him.
How?
We walk in and kill him.
Well, to be fair, I don't believe I can kill him without damaging the church of a very apparently anger-prone god. Secondly, there is no guarantee that we won't find all the slayers on our tail as soon as we try to kill him. I don't believe any of us can strike him down in one blow out of the darkness, so unless you suddenly want to fight the slayers, Vittorio, I feel like finding him here with all his mercenaries at his heels might be difficult.
Oh.
Wait. What if we kidnap him? The same way we did the ghost!
The way I did the ghost isn't the surefire way to do so. I can try. There's chances it could fail. And then we erupt into a confrontation because I'm not sure if you're acquainted, but having a wizard weave his little staff at you and try to turn it into a sheep really doesn't spell good omens.
Alright.
I just turn myself in. I tell the wardens literally everything I know, and that the curse is lifted and what we've done, and try to get them to understand that this doctor, based on what we know, is not doing good things in this village.
Okay, I am totally for the good spirit, but if they are paid with coin, isn't sort of their code to just do what their contractor tells them to do?
Sometimes they have any kind of morals.
I've heard tales of the Golden Swords. Now, I'm not saying they're just like the Wardens, but the mercenaries I've heard have very little morals when it comes to coin. I mean, they do kill people for money, so,
Well, considering that the wardens, when not working as mercenaries, act as vigilantes, that go in the villages and grab bad people and get rid of them, I would imagine they wouldn't be too happy about knowing what the doctor may or may not be up to.
Well, the same. Well, I guess my point is that bad people is highly subjective. We don't know their religious. I could try to have a conversation with the Slayer that we have met, that big woman with the arm. I won't, not jumping on any conclusions, but she does look quite remarkable and most likely one of the most fearsome, I would say, or one that we have to keep an eye out for most. I can try and talk to her from the safety of my subconscious and explain the situation there, and we can arrange a meeting. We can show her the proof of what we have discovered, and we can talk to her, and well, if things go bad, we'll have to fight her. And I hope you think we have chances to win.
Amber, was there one of the rooms in the church that in the hallway we met? Was one of them a room without a window?
No.
Shit. There goes my other plan.
I can stone shape the window closer. It's not a problem.
Oh. Then I mean I don't know that in character.
Oh, you do because you know I have stone shape. I have announced that before.
I've got a different plan if we want to kill the doctor.
Yeah, well, sure, it.
I've got a spell that if we can lock someone in a room, will royally fuck them.
Okay.
And I want to put all of you in the room with that guy, and I close the door and I stay outside.
First of all, I don't like how that sounds. Second of all, I hardly believe that that creature, because it's not a person, can stay inside the room. I feel like it probably has a way or two to get out. Wouldn't bet all my eggs in the same basket. I'll put my eggs in the same basket. There you go. We have two approaches. We go in and we kidnap the doctor. We talk to the Slayers and pray for some miracle that they decide to go against the one that feeds them and help us free the town. Or we wait. I guess that's three approaches.
I got another idea.
You have plenty of ideas today, Yorgrim. You're slang. Yeah, what's up?
We can use my spell, and we combine it with yours.
Okay.
The one that transforms them into a creature.
Yes.
Look, I don't know the mechanics, but if you could change the creature instead of a small, easy to carry one into a big, slow, but big creature, and I cast the spell, he can't use magic to change because he's a big turtle or a cow or something else big and strong. But he will be eviscerated by the spell, and if he then returns, the effects will linger.
But he'll be able to. I mean, if I make a big and strong animal, it'll probably be able to topple through a few brick walls.
Well, the idea is just that it can at least take a few hits from my spell.
I can see that hardly happen.
The longer it is in my little soup pot, the more it will be eviscerated.
Yeah, I love the theoretics. I think practically there are some holes in that plan. And there's a round Victoria. Do you think we can talk to the Slayers without them turning against us and eventually either putting us all in a cage or trying to hunt us down?
I don't know. As I said, some of them have morals. I'd imagine they at least fucking hear us out. And they don't like what they hear. They might be willing to drop whatever contract they have.
We could pay them. I mean, if they truly are mercenaries and... Well, it's sort of a gamble. If their morals are too low, then they won't rescue the city, but that means they might accept a higher pay. If their morals are too high to accept a higher pay, then they might consider rescuing the city from a bad person. I guess we got both of them covered.
Question.
Yes.
It is not illegal or against their contract for a group of adventurers, such as ourselves, to just randomly turn up to this village and be like, yo, let me tell you something. And then tell them about what's going on here without it being in the bounds of the city. There's no reason as to why they would attack us or anything, right? And then we could be like, yo, by the way, we've actually fixed this curse here, it's all sorted.
Well, legally speaking, if there is no proof that we have been here, then technically we can't be blamed for trespassing or quarantine. We simply could also become part of the Slayers, and because we are part of the Slayers, then we will be automatically allowed to be roaming in through the streets of the city, because we are part of the mercenary group that has been hired to roam these same cities. But that is hypotheticals.
I just
The
think
Yes.
there's a solid point, right, to be made about just speaking to the wardens, right? There's no reason why they would take us in or like abduct us, right? Because we haven't done anything wrong.
You're not allowed to be here.
Right?
Technically, we have already trespassed several roadblocks on the way here. We should be about a few miles from Beefield.
Also, you know, they did kind of see you, like, from the back.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I'm allowed to be here.
Here's the point. We either go and deal with the doctors ourselves, or we try to talk with the Slayers. Either things can really go bad very quickly. We just have to pick the option we like the most. Or I suppose the one we believe is the most likely to happen. I mean, that's probably the safer route. To begin with, I will send a message to the counselor and tell them that we have lifted the curse and done a bunch of things.
Look, my vote's to just take care of the fucking doctors right here.
Oh shit. Are you kidding me?
What?
I'm just lowering what Amber said. We're fucked. We're so cooked.
What did she say?
Someone cooked you, but it wasn't me.
What do you mean? What did she say?
Someone is slow cooking you like a bunch of fucking frogs.
What?
Yeah, nothing. This doctor is probably currently doing some experiments in the clinic. But yeah.
We need to take care of that doctor.
In Canada, we don't know that he's actually doing this.
Victoria is just gonna say that as everyone's talking, is like,
if we want to try and talk to the wardens, we can just sneak outside the village. I'll signal that only Slayers can hear. And hopefully the one in charge will come on out. And I guess I can try and have a conversation.
No offense meant, but I don't think you are the most persuasive person around here. You are a witcher, that is true. You do share some kinship, but shouldn't we all be present?
I slap Vittorio's back of his knee, as that's as far as I can probably reach. I'm like, yeah, that's why I should do it. I'm super persuasive.
No, I think they would put you down.
No, one guy helped me while I was choking to death. They're actually not that bad.
Hi, sorry, my thing has been messed up for like a few minutes. What happened in the last 2 minutes IRL?
We're discussing whether to go stop the doctors ourselves and deal with the consequences, or go talk with the Slayers about the doctors and deal with the consequences.
Would you like my opinion on that?
Sure.
That'd be great.
Yeah, of course.
I was pretty sure the Slayers, because they reside, like their base of operation is nearby. And if I recall, like they don't call themselves Slayers. They call themselves
Wardens, yeah.
the Wardens. Yeah, which means they are warding a particular area against like bad stuff from happening. And I believe they're sponsored by the government. So wouldn't that mean if they're here, right? Maybe they're not here for the for the cult, but they're here for, basically keeping this place locked down. And the doctors are here for dealing with the disease thing. So maybe we could just make an appeal to the wardens that we've lifted the cult, lifted the curse, and now these doctors are basically just like pointlessly experimenting on people.
I think we could do both. We could, instead of involving all the wardens, we could try to talk with the big lady woman, show her what we have. So the diagrams, the tentacle thing, the inscriptions in deep speech of the fucking guts hanging by a tree. And if she doesn't believe us, we could literally go with her inside the church and investigate these fucking labs. So yeah, I think it's a good idea. I can talk to her with ascending. I can try to have a brief conversation and meet, and then we can simply tell her how things are and hope that things go well. If not, we'll basically have to end up fighting, which isn't the best thing, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
So, is everyone okay with trying to talk with Scythe?
What I wanted to do. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I trust you.
All right.
I do feel that the doctors are not good people for what they're doing here.
Oh, they're for sure not good people.
For sure not good people. We all agree they were bad people.
Okay, great.
We should get rid of them for sure.
Yes.
Yes.
And I just
He's so
wanna say
eager.
I'm not opposed to, if push coming to shove, us removing them by force. And I just think, we should all be prepared for that kind of outcome.
Oh, I need a whole different set of spells then. I think so too. I still have a concern that this might cause a rippling effect with the Queensberry Lodge. And with this, I mean removing the doctor. But I guess we'll have to deal with that because our main concern now is the doctors that are now present. So,
Yeah.
deal with it later. I think the plan can be this. I send the sending to the counselor, 15 seconds, tell him, hey, we lifted the curse. Most people are alive. We need help to lift quarantine. We'll try to deal with the Slayers and the doctors. After that, send another sending to the Slayer, to Scythe, and I can ask her to meet, for example, at the tower. We can go to the tower, we can have a conversation, and at the tower, we can show her everything we have from the journals, from the diagrams and the tentacle shit thing, to basically everything, every clue we have gathered so far, and show her that these creatures are actually working for a darker power. And hopefully she believes us. If she doesn't, we have two problems, which is dealing with the Slayers and dealing with the doctors. But the point is to not fail. So that is, I think, the best plan we have right now.
All right.
But you do risk the chance of the doctors being able to hide their shit. You think they haven't gotten away with this like 300 times before?
Well, that's why we're gonna sneak in invisible. The point is, if we can convince the Slayer, or the Warden, my bad, I don't know why I keep calling them Slayers, the Warden, to at least prove our theories and what we say by coming and checking the place herself, I can make her invisible. We can simply walk in and she can go and take a look at whatever she wants without them knowing that there's a Slayer walking around, a Warden, and hiding away their things.
Might already have hidden some of their stuff considering, the whole window situation.
That could be, but they can't have it hidden outside the boundaries of this town. Plus, they haven't gotten out of that church, so I would figure it's still in the church. Anyways, step by step, the first thing to do is to talk with the Slayer. I can contact her telepathically and hope she won't somehow rip my mind out of my skull through a sending message, and go from there.
Yeah.
Right. So
Sounds
I
like a
guess-
plan.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Let's get going. Vincent, remember you have max hit points still, and
There's
so
no
does
deal.
Jace. Ah,
Mhm.
damn.
It's okay. Let me time this one.
All right, what do you send me?
I'm trying to measure the time.
Of course.
Okay, 3, 2. This is for the counselor. 3, 2, 1. Go. Counselor, this is Tokas. The story is long, but I'll be brief. I have 15 seconds. We've lifted the curse that was afflicting the halflings, and now everything is fine, but there's still a quarantine that we need lifted. We'll try to deal with the Slayers and the doctors on our own, but we need political help. And that's 15 seconds.
Excellent work, Mr. Molten Top. Trust that everything will be taken care of on our side.
He sounds so evil.
Wait, it sounds like a halfling. What do you mean?
That does not sound like the halfling I know.
That's literally how Jay speaks.
Trust me, Tokas. You know exactly what I'm doing.
Trust me, Talcus.
Don't
I love
worry
exploring Blackclaw
about it.
Mountain.
Nyeh, 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 nyeh.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
literally what that sounds
the
like.
4th level sending to the Slayer. I
It's
need,
pretty huge sending.
yeah, but I'm recycling.
You get
these spells.
your entire fucking life story, or
No, the town's life story. It's like 5 seconds. Anyways,
okay.
3,
Cope.
2, 1, start. Hello. I know we've not got started well in the best of terms. We kind of are the people that snuck inside the village, but for a good cause. We've fixed the problem with the halflings. They can go into the sun again. The doctors are lying. They're committing experiments with these halflings, and they're causing a lot more evil than you think. We'll be willing to show you if you meet us at the tower in about an hour. And that's as much as I can say.
All right. Very well.
Do I get a reply from her?
You don't.
Ah, shit, of course.
Do you go to the tower?
I think it would be best for us to directly go there and wait her there, because I think if we go there in an hour, we'll immediately get ambushed and probably
For sure.
massacred. So let's go to the tower, wait her there, and hope that she doesn't bring 50,000 slayers.
Are you laying an ambush?
No, we're just making sure that we're not getting ambushed.
Just checking.
It's not an ambush when we all come out at the same time, you know?
Of
Right.
course.
Mexican standoff. Sorry, Castellan standoff.
Literally.
Very good.
I'm gonna do this while we wait. And the turn.
Very well.
Time to go.
Yep, we'll immediately go there. And I guess wait to see if they arrive. Or she arrives. Hopefully there is no day.
Yeah, so let's say.
Do any of you even own a fucking clock?
I definitely do not.
I sort of. I have a lot of contraptions. I can also literally make clocks on a wrist, so I guess I do have a clock.
Very well. In that case, exactly on time. An individual walks out into the clearing in front of the tower. She looks unamused.
Achoo!
From the tower. Achoo! Yeah, I mean, I guess at least Tokus will head outside, unless if other people want to stay inside.
Oh, Victoria's.
Right. Yeah, I was about to say, Ember, I can't fucking wait. Ember, I meant Ferris. Can't wait for Ember to be like, okay, so you hop on your ship, the portal opens, and then the beast appears in the middle of the capital.
What do you mean? At that
How
point
did you
we'd
know
say,
I was
"Not
thinking
our
about
problem."
How did you know I was thinking about that?
Because it's literally what's building up to. We have 5 dice. It's gonna fucking kill us all.
It's that at this point, it's not my fault.
Wow. Okay, that's very, very victim blaming of you, but we'll gloss over that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not the one victimizing you, so.
I don't know about that. Kind of hard when you throw at us fucking unkillable demon king. That's kind of victimizing. Anyways, yeah. I guess we'll head out of the tower, walk up to the woman. Tokus will tip his hat. Good day, night, I suppose. Hello. He kind of gives a glance around behind her.
It is daytime. There's like no one else about. Like
Perfect, never mind.
the night ended.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Togus gives a look around the area, make sure that there's no one around. Well, it doesn't make
Make
sure.
an observation check.
Yeah, sure. I can make an observation check. I can ace those. I'm fucking so strong. Look at my observation. Oh, that's not bad.
How bad is it?
17. I've seen Slayers do better, but you know. I ain't one of them.
You don't see anyone?
Okay. Look up at this woman who's like twice my height.
The rice, 100%.
Oh, fuck me. I'm fucking 10 feet tall. Jesus Christ. So, I assume you're willing to hear us out if we haven't already clashed?
It's also the only way I can take you in, is it not?
I suppose we can talk about that along with the rest. you probably heard already, well, I did tell you like an hour ago, we've fixed the problem with the halflings. They're not going to burn in the sun anymore. They can walk around wherever they go. And that was not a plague. It was a curse. The story is very long. I don't believe you want to listen to all of it. If you do, I mean, we can, but not sure how much time you have on your hands.
Not enough for that.
Figures. In a short story, the curse that was afflicting these halfling was being thrown under the rug by those that might have employed you. I am not sure what your relationship is with the doctors of Lizek that reside in the church, but they are not human to begin with, at least to what I've perceived, and they are not just doctors. We have a bunch of diagrams that we have discovered and a few more clues that we have pieced together by exploring the peripherals of the village. They're a cult. They revere some sort of deep sea creature. The name escapes me now, but it's probably in my notes. Fact is, and Lucas pulls out the jar with the octopus inside. We believe it has something to do about these, the spawn or whatever creature they are venerating.
Wolfgrazer.
Oh, thank you. That. I'm not sure if they were actually trying to fix the curse, but I can tell you that they were not going to do it in any nice way. They have a story of experimenting on other people, and we have heard less than savory things about them, which were confirmed when we saw that they had these things ready in a bunch of jars. They didn't fix the curse. We did. And we know for a fact that these peoples are up to no good. Now, I know little of what the wardens do or what your ethics, or well, work ethics I should say, are. But if you do have morals to yourselves, I'd like to appeal to those and to the fact that these creatures are trying to take over this village. And if your morals are instead too low, then I'd like to offer a monetary compensation that perhaps is higher than that of what you've been offered.
You didn't know you could insult someone twice in one sentence.
Try to hit both spots at the same time, I suppose. My apologies if it came off as an insult.
Also, I did nothing wrong. I wanted to be known. I'm allowed to be here.
What about the child?
Which child?
Her eyes pointedly glance over all of you towards Vittorio.
Oh, little baby! To Vittorio. Oh, well, you sort of are, I suppose. You're very young.
You
I oh no, we'll go.
I would say you see Jorgrim's facial expression just become like horrified. It's like, this is a baby! Like, just like,
This is the biggest baby I've ever seen.
Like that.
He like at the first looks behind him because I don't know, maybe
He's looking for a child.
Yeah, he's like, oh, is Delphine standing behind me, or is she still in the
Delphine
town?
looks up at you as well from like beside you, like, huh?
He looks at her and like, right, child. Yeah, I'm a lot younger than you.
Has
I
no one ever taught you that you should not talk about a woman's age?
Gulp.
didn't really get that much schooling on that kind of stuff, I'm sure you know. It's for,
I suppose they have been slacking in the education department over the years.
Damn.
She called you stupid!
First fucking batch got the PhDs and bachelors. Damn.
yeah,
Fuck!
I'm from batch 5. Name's Vittorio. As for these doctors, what my friend here has said, yeah, they're basically doing the same thing that they're doing over at the Augustine Trading Company, except maybe even worse.
She kind of like stands in this like relaxed manner, like, you know, like one hip slightly like one leg slightly swayed out, leaning over the other hip, hand upon like the pauldron. No, not the pauldron. What do you call this? The haft? No, the pommel of her sword. That's what it is. That draconic claw tightens for a moment around the
Oh, shit.
pommel. I asked what you were doing here, not what you thought about these doctors.
I'm here because a friend asked for help. We took care of the curse, and what's left is, well, getting rid of this, quarantine. And maybe even these doctors. And, well, let's just say, I kinda wanted to, visit, the witch's abode on some personal business. But, yeah, hopefully that will still be possible.
Personal business, even. I wasn't aware it was some sort of vacation address.
Tokes turns around to Vittorio.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps I think being forthright might be the best thing to do.
Vittorio, who has today, he's had like his little highwayman banded mask over his face, like pulls it down as he has a lot of razor sharp fangs sticking out of his mouth. And he's like, personal business. I'm not doing that great. And I also wanted to talk about whatever the fuck the fuckers that Augustine put inside of us.
Scythe walks past Tilkas.
I'll watch what challenge was.
Her clawed greaves dig like deep into the muddy soil around the tower. She stands in front of you, Vittorio.
Yeah. Not that does. Keep looking at her.
Her eyebrows raise slowly. You look like you're fucked.
Yeah, that's what I've been feeling for a while now.
A while, even.
Been a few months, if I recall.
Out of character.
And that was just a Witcher thing. I mean, look at your arm, his face.
You know, Jorgrim, you should learn to make less snarky comments. I think it would do you a lot
Like,
better.
he literally said, stop yapping.
You were sick when we got to Landhouse, to save the bees. So it's been at least a month.
Yeah, it's been. Oh yeah, it's basically been a month. Yeah, you're right. I think.
Yeah.
Uh,
I know it started when we were near Graffendam, or on the way to Landhouse.
Hmm.
And then you had the little outbreaks here and there.
yeah. So he'll just nod. And it's like, yeah, months or two maybe.
Saif chews on her bottom lip. She sucks it into her mouth with that noise. Then releases it with like a little bit of a like a little shrug of the shoulder. Won't be long then.
Come on, spit it out.
I think she just did.
She turns back around to you, Tokas.
We know something of what's inside of him. I had the well, just for a question, we found 1/6 adamantine coin, right? The thing that was in his chest.
Yeah, Vittoria still has it.
Yeah. We found. Well, at this point, I imagine my scaly compatriot already told you about this.
He does a
Well,
lot
we-
of talking.
Oh yeah, he does that a lot.
So yeah.
He really likes to hear himself talk.
It's one of his best qualities.
Whoa,
not
don't
with me.
deflect. You like talking about your accomplishments. I just sucked at accepting it. Don't lie to me.
We found 1/6's grave back in Blacklaw Mountain, and through some divination, I gathered some information about these coins. We don't know much about them or what they do to Kanye and Misia, but it's imperative that we learn more about them. Whether if the process is reversible, if it can be stopped, or anything of the likes.
I see.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to talk about. But it's about right now. We kind of here to talk about the village and the doctors.
Well, yeah. So, for now, we should discuss that first. I know it's hard to believe the word of some people that snuck inside a quarantine zone. I know that what we've done isn't exactly the highest example of virtue, but there is a way to prove that we are right. We have lifted the curse. In about today or tomorrow, most of the halflings should already be able to walk into the sun. And if that doesn't happen, I personally will offer myself to be taken away without any resistance.
Will you?
They're good people, really.
And all
They're
I have to
children.
do is wait here for 2 days.
I'd like you not to. Of course, I'd prefer if you trusted our word, especially because in that church, there are people doing unspeakable things, of which I suppose most of us are somewhat acquainted with. Through, I suppose, some comparison that a friend of mine has made, not a few. seconds more ago.
Have you been out on the outskirts and seen the trees the halflings usually string up wishes and whatnot in?
No.
Yeah, should probably do that, because there's halfling corpses strung up with entrails, and he looks at Tokas and
Deep speech. There's a festivity tree about southwards, no, actually, eastwards towards Beefield. 30 minutes walk from the village. We found Benjamin Mayflower's corpse there, with his guts strung around the tree in a mockery of a festivity ritual with deep speech words inscribed all over them.
Her hand tightens again. At this point, there's a creaking sound.
Yeah.
That resounds from it.
We have more proof, of course, outside of, well, hearsay. We have diagrams in the same language retrieved from the laboratory of the doctor. And outside of the thing I showed you before, which you can probably agree is not a normal creature, we can show you more by simply going into the church. And, well...
Yes, they haven't moved things.
They might have...
This quarantine does not merely exist to keep people in. It exists to keep other things out as well, and to keep the people in this town safe. For good reason.
There's a frown to his brow. Is it the mutated creatures?
Really? Mutated creatures where?
I believe I've heard it from the counselor. Mutated beasts roaming around nearby town.
Yorgrim eyes Vittorio and the claymore.
There are indeed a grand manner of feral and dangerous beasts roaming. And the outskirts are also infested with dark feathers.
We know the culprit of those dark feathers. It's the same creature that killed Benjamin Mayflower. I believe the creature is working for the doctors, because that same creature flayed him alive, and it might have been it that strung Benjamin's intestines up a tree, or perhaps the doctors themselves.
I'm certain that it was the dark feathers that did that.
Yes, but the same dark feathers work for these doctors, or there is a connection at least. I'd find it strange if they simply walked up to this tree and found a corpse and decided to make an unholy rite out of it.
Dark feathers don't work for anyone but themselves.
Now that she actually uses it as a proper noun, can I make a check about what a dark feather is?
Sure.
What would that be?
Lore Aether Kindred.
I got that one. 18.
Cujo.
The moment she said feral, I'm just at this dog was clearly feral, and we put it in a house, just laying there, with two undefended halflings.
Oh, he's a good boy.
I mean, feral is not the same thing as having rabies or something.
Am I also allowed to make a check?
Yeah.
So.
But that is,
Massive.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty good for now.
Brains of a feather flock together.
A figure moves silently through the city, well past midnight. Well past. the hour that one is allowed to roam the streets anymore. A masked doctor treating those who have contracted the weeping pox. Except those who look closer see that it is not a masked healer walking the streets. Certainly, doctors traditionally wear long, flowing black robes with a beak-like mask filled with herbs to protect themselves from disease. But I'm looking for the right word. But in portraying themselves as such, in creating the icon of what a healer is, they have birthed something else. A creature, a shadow, an echo of suffering surrounding disease and panic and fear-mongering. These Aether Kindred are the warp-made manifest of our greatest fears surrounding doctors and disease.
The doctor demon.
They hunt people who are already sick. Providing them with a cure for a time.
Oh. And then kills him. That explains Benjamin. Tokus rubs his chin for a moment. And you've not been able to hunt this creature down yet?
With such a mass spread of fear, it's not just one.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Things have quieted down over the weeks, but we probably had a dozen of them.
Well, firstly, the curse is removed, and if the halflings are permitted to resume their daily activities, then the fear will disappear soon. The plague is done, and with the curse removed, life can return to a modicum of what it was before. And the less people are afraid, the less black feathers we're going to have. Secondly, there is the doctor himself. I do not believe they are human, and outside of the extensive record of human experiments I have in my back pocket, I don't believe that they'll simply sit down idly as the rest of the village turns out to be cured. They're not here to heal them. They're here to exploit their situation, most likely to do something with these tadpole-like creatures, and, well, to the rest of the villagers themselves. And we've already wasted a lot of time trying to fix the situation on our own. We would gladly accept any help offered to fix the second issue, which is, well, these creatures, I'd call them doctors.
I've heard what you had to say.
Ready for a fight. Fuck this. She's not gonna be
That's
okay
what
with
to
this.
What will you do then?
Report, as is my duty.
What about the doctors? What about Dormeyer?
That is not my decision to make. And if you are smart, you'd realize it's neither is it yours.
Whose decision is it?
For me, my companion. For you, governing body of the region, I would say.
That's way too long.
I'd gladly deal with any legal consequences after this situation is solved. Is your companion here in Dormeyer?
No. He's hanging out with your companion. She hasn't already killed him.
Oh no!
Corio is like, was alive just a few hours ago.
It's good. Means he hasn't tired of him yet.
Well, Etharis does that affect on people.
So what I'm hearing is that, what? Should talk with your companion after you give your report?
Hmm. That is indeed what I will do before I take any decisive action in this matter.
Right.
No, it's not right. The more we wait, the more these people are committing atrocities we don't know of. And the more time passes by, the more the people of Dormeyer are at risk. You are wardens, right? It's in the name. You protect. Shouldn't you protect this place as well?
My duty is not just to this place, but every place, including the one I hail from.
That's true, but we are not there. We are here in this place, and the trouble and the danger is in front of us.
If I may, if your duty is to protect every place, simply imagine the atrocities that will happen if these doctors finish their research.
They're already happening. How do you think mutated beasts are prowling the countryside?
Yes, but clearly they're uncontrollable. Imagine a group of controlled beasts like this.
No, we don't need to imagine that.
No.
He's talking not to you, he's talking to the Claymore.
Okay.
He basically...
Imagine people with the powers of a witcher, under the control of some vile scum willing to root out every healthy person and change them into a grotesque, infected monster. I don't mean to, impose, but to me it sounds better than it is to prevent than to combat after the deed's already fucking done. Got the root right here, you cut it out. It's how you deal with disease before it infects the city.
And then watch as the government chooses to root out the disease that I have become for acting against their wishes.
left to right.
I did not think so. Of course, it is easy to make such decisions when you live a life on the road, she says, like pointedly looking at all your boots, which you haven't changed in like 6 months. These boots have seen everything. Sorry, Tav.
I love my blisters. What do you mean?
Yeah. I don't suppose you can get your companion to get over here instead? Or even, well, I don't think the doctor would very much like if you tried to take him to the witch's abode.
What if we risk our reputation? And with that, I mean their reputation. But to clarify, let's say we go commit this act, right? You conveniently came right here to chase these deviants. If we found what we're looking for, and it is in fact this grotesque thing, right? This horrible thing, you get to stride with the honor that you prevented something horrible. If it wasn't, and we're all at fault, then guess what? You get to arrest the bad guys that try to break into this person's thing, or that killed them. That's a win-win for you either way. It's a suck for these guys, but hey, that's not your problem. Again, I said these guys, just, they're us. I'd love to become part of their group for sure. I would be blessed.
It's like a self-insert, like, I would really like to be invited.
but it is their reputation. Either way, you come out as the good guy to your government. Well, either way, if at any point goes bad, they're the ones that suck up for it, and they don't even get to walk away with a pride, of discovering it because you did. Because otherwise, they'd go to jail. See, win-win for you. It's literally no risk. Again, only for these guys.
Persuasion.
Oh, fuck.
AKA. Charm.
Guys.
It's like a group check, right?
Guys, does anyone have anything to help me?
Group
I have
charm.
a 16 that I can give you.
Well, that would be a 13 for me.
That's nice. Can I what can I do here?
I have fate. Jorgrim is indeed fated. I know that sounds surprising, but he is fated.
Well, I can portent your reroll if you want, but
Ooh, we could do that. But see, no one has any inspiration for advantage, do we?
I don't.
I
run out.
I have one left. Which I guess, yeah, you can have. But the question is this just a you check or is it a group check?
No, I said group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a group check. All of us will try.
Okay, Jorgrim, you gotta do this for me, buddy.
Oh.
We gotta help these people. Jorgrim, you can do this. I know you're not very charming, but maybe let your growths do the talking. That might work. No, it's a. Oh, I rolled it to DM. It's a 4.
Damn.
All of us will roll charm then.
What did you say?
All of us will.
Everyone's
Trying to
charm.
convince her, right?
Yeah, everyone's a charm check. A group charm check.
Yeah. Well, so.
If you have something particularly good for me, it's charm.
I look at Amber.
Mhm.
Can Lawrence please participate in this charm check?
I don't know where he is. He's been muted.
I know he's been muted, but his charm's very good.
I'll make my charm a 16. I have a plus.
Lawrence rolls a 5.
A 5?
Oh, very good.
Mhm.
I'm going to fate my roll.
Oh, good.
Just because I think I might as well.
Oh,
Lawrence
plus
rolled a
11.
16.
What the fuck? Bitch, what?
And my charm with that reroll is an 8. Now, you might think, Mark, that's still really bad, but that's above average for me. So,
Amber, is there anything else I can roll that is not charm, as I am a fellow slayer, and I have said some things and likened this what the doctors are doing to what Augustine.
make it a charm wisdom. Try to argue for a charm wisdom, Vittoria. Try to argue for like why a wisdom. I know I didn't do that for intelligence, but still.
I mean, yeah, because if I look at all the other skills available, it kind of still has to be charm. I think that, or actually, maybe. Oh no, never mind. We don't have logic. Yeah.
If we had logic, I would 100% roll logic. What I did was trying to convince her with that, but charm 8.
Yeah, Amber. I don't know if maybe a wisdom charm is something that's in the cards.
Too low power.
Okay.
Amber, could I have intelligence charmed? No, I'm kidding.
I will roll. Do I just have a wisdom skill I'm not proficient in? That would be easiest to roll. Yeah, I'll just roll empathy. Because I'm not proficient, and I'm not proficient in charm either. Fine. I'll
Use your inspiration.
Yeah, I was about to say 0 and
Waiting for Tokas too.
He poured in it with 416.
Yeah.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Ooh!
What the
I know I'm pulling down the average, but
There's no average. Group 6 or success.
oh. I know I have a failure.
Now, what exactly were you trying to convince her of again?
Jorgen was telling her that either way she can act in either way this will be beneficial for her. If we go in and this
she can lie to the government, she can come in with us, and if it turns out that these doctors actually aren't evil, then she could just say, oh well, it's not my fault, these guys just got in and try to do bad stuff, but I stopped them. If it turns out the doctor's actually good, he's actually evil, she can say, oh, actually I overthrew the plot of these doctors that are trying to spread the influence of the beast. So she basically wins.
Very well. That is reasonable to me.
It's good.
I will allow it. No funny business.
Not much to be laughing about right now, so I don't think you'll see that from us.
Don't be smart with me. None of that either.
I'll try my best. Quite smart.
Right. So, gonna have a look at their lab. To take it. And well, as Doka said, the doctors are probably not human, so
Yeah, probably not. You seen their fucking face? Ah, fuck.
no, because they're wearing masks.
Yeah, no, that's kind of what I mean. That's like they were stitched to its like skin, whatever.
Yeah, it was kind of more like the big old bony claw that main doctor had, but yeah.
All right, let's go down. Come on. If we're doing this plan, it might be better if Miss Miss Claymore lady would be like following behind. Solve the ruse, you know.
Togas turns around. Of course, make you invisible if you wish. That would I suppose not alarm the doctors, and they might decide not to hide anything.
Point.
You will not be casting any magic upon me. I'll take care of myself.
Of course. Well, if you change idea, I'm here.
Well, I mean, we'll be downstairs because I really want to get off this tower next to the angriest claymore that could kick me off the tower in a single kick.
Have more faith in yourself, Pilgrim.
No, I have complete faith in myself, but oh my god, am I terrified of that woman.
You know, it's also not nice to tell people that you're terrified of them in front of them.
Why?
We'll talk about that later. Let's head to this church.
Shows they're powerful, intimidating. That's only good things.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You guys moved to the church
Maybe.
for the first time without sneaking about. The village of Thornmire is largely quiet. This time of day, everybody is fastly tucked into their beds. Plants are watered. Market stalls are tucked away for the day. Shutters are tightly closed. All is quiet in Thornmire. When you approach the church, Scythe pulls on like one of her pockets open on her belt, and a little like thin metal tube is pulled out. She shakes it a couple times and a little tablet falls out, and she crushes in her palm. Without much further ado, she sprinkles it over herself. And her form begins to almost like meld and shift. Slowly making it look almost as if she is like in a different perspective. Turning further and further and further until Scythe looks like she is 2D.
Okay, that's
And
not
then
expected.
fades out of view completely.
Digitalized.
Said it was like a tablet.
Mm-hmm. The pill bottle.
Hmm.
As she literally flexes herself into the 5th dimension and becomes invisible to our eye. Just as we are invisible to those in the 2nd dimension. Very sad. And that is when you get ready. Enter the cathedral once more. Straight into the belly of the beast. But I suppose that's something we can look at next time. as it is getting quite late.
Oh no!
Yeah.
I am fine with playing before then, before we go on vacation.
I can't.
I can't. I can't be.
I remember, I guess you have post on Friday, 16th.
I can't.
Oh, you can. I'm sure you can do it.
I mean, there's a possibility I can do next week somewhere. I just have to. I'll just be in Denmark, so I'll have hotel Wi-Fi. You know.
Well, it's something we can talk about. But for now, though, thank you very, very, very much for hosting, and thank you to all the lovely players for being here. It was a good session.
Thank you all for being here.
Thank you for hosting.
Yeah.
I love the arts, peeps.
And thank you, viewers, as well.
Thank you all for watching, and thank you all for playing. Again, thank you for the session. It was a long session, but it was a good one.
Yeah. I'll update the schedule when we know if at all we are playing more before. Otherwise, as we said at the start of the session, there won't be a session for at least 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, until then.
See you all next time.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.